My beloved child, you don't even realize what's happening right now, but I must interrupt your routine because heaven has just shifted something in your favor, and this message is your divine interruption. I have waited, not passively, but with great intention, for this exact second in your life. You thought you were waiting on me, but the truth is I've been standing at the edge of your season, watching every tear fall, observing every silent battle, listening to every frustrated whisper, and preparing this moment with holy precision. And now, pay attention because what I'm about to reveal will change everything you thought you knew about the wait. I have not forgotten the desires of your heart. I didn't ignore the nights when you cried alone and still spoke faith the next morning. I watched you make room for what hadn't yet arrived, and I recorded every step of faith you took even when you couldn't see any movement. My child, this is not just another day, it is the beginning of a divine release, and this moment has heaven's full attention. The angels have already been dispatched. The promise is now being lifted out of hiding. The delay you couldn't explain is being shattered by my voice that now declares, it's time. You've been prepared through pain, strengthened through silence, and readied through resistance. You stood still when others rushed. You trusted me when the outcome looked hopeless. You chose to believe even when no evidence surrounded you. And now, I'm honoring every single step you took when no one was watching. The turnaround you've been waiting for is no longer on the way, it's here, standing in front of you like a long-lost answer finally arriving home. Don't treat this moment casually. This is not ordinary. This is sacred. What I have to show you will unlock what's been stuck. I need you to open your spirit wide because what I'm pouring into you now cannot be measured, explained, or compared. I'm not giving you a blessing that fits in your past expectations. I'm giving you something that breaks every limitation, silences every critic, and fulfills what I promised in the midnight hours. This is not the time to hesitate. This is the time to receive boldly. Heaven have been counting down to this exact second. The trumpet in the Spirit is sounding, and I am speaking directly into your soul. Your wait is over, and I'm delivering what your endurance earned. Let no doubt whisper otherwise. Let no fear steal this moment. Let no past failure convince you you're not ready. You are more than ready. You were born for this. This is why the battle was so long. This is why the delay felt endless. Because the glory I'm revealing now had to be wrapped in fire and refined in your obedience. You are not stepping into just an answered prayer, you are stepping into a fulfilled promise that has my signature all over it. This changes everything. Every place of pain will now turn into power. Every area of loss will now overflow with purpose. Every time you were overlooked will now become a divine spotlight where my favor announces your arrival. I don't need permission to bless you, I've already decided you are chosen. I'm pulling you out of survival and placing you in overflow. The drought is ending. The weight is breaking. A miracle is in motion. Open your hands. Open your eyes. Open your heart. Because this is not a future event, it's a now reality. This message isn't early, and it's not late. It is perfectly on time. Just as I have waited for this moment, you must now respond without delay. The spiritual atmosphere has shifted. The promise hath been unsealed. The wait has ended. And what happens next depends on what you do with what you're receiving right now, because the wait is over, and the gates of what I've been holding back are swinging open faster than you ever expected. Keep your posture humble, your faith active, and your spirit ready, because this opening is bigger than you imagined, and it's only the beginning. You thought the quiet meant I was distant, but that silence was the sound of divine construction behind the veil. I wasn't withholding myself, I was shaping what only stillness could create. In the silence, I was rearranging what was once scattered. In that still space where you heard nothing, I was writing the answer in precision that noise would have disrupted. While you felt forgotten, I was forming something eternal. It wasn't a pause out of punishment, it was a pause full of purpose. Every moment I didn't speak was me preserving your destiny from premature release. If I had handed it to you then, you wouldn't have seen it as holy. If I had spoken too soon, your heart wouldn't have been ready to contain it. But now, the seal is broken. Now, the sound is shifting. The silence was the sign that a deeper preparation was underway, a refining so powerful that no enemy could trace it. I pulled you back like an arrow, not to restrict you, but to launch you further. You weren't being delayed. You were being aimed. And now, I'm releasing what was built in secret into a visible realm that will shock those who thought I was finished with you. The silence preserved you. It protected the seed. It shielded the promise. And now, the release is no longer hidden, it's unfolding before you in real time. The weight of what's coming required the quietness of my hand working without announcement. And even when you begged me for a word, I was wrapping that word in glory that could only arrive at the right time. You endured the hush of heaven without turning away, and because you remained, the blessing is now being birthed with no more delay. Listen closely. What I'm releasing now isn't ordinary, it carries the evidence of what you survived. This next portion of your journey is marked by a fragrance that only grows in hidden places. I cultivated this breakthrough in a garden no one else could enter. The world saw no movement, but I was forming roots so deep, storms would no longer be able to shake you. And now that I'm releasing what I've formed, the impact will not be silent. You will walk into rooms that recognize what you carry before you speak. You will touch what you once dreamed of, and it will feel like destiny finally speaking in full volume. The silence you endured has now positioned you to discern my voice with greater clarity than ever before. And I'm not just speaking restoration, I'm commanding recompense. Everything that was buried in the hush is now erupting in undeniable evidence. Do not question how it's happening so suddenly. The foundation was laid in silence. Now, the structure will rise in full view. I'm not only releasing favor, I'm announcing identity. You'll no longer guess who you are in me. The silence made sure your identity wasn't shaped by noise, but by truth. You are mine. You are prepared. And you are positioned. What I'm giving you next was tailored to fit the shape of your surrender. The silence forged obedience. It created depth. It revealed your priorities. And now, that foundation will hold the weight of what others tried to build without me. You are not stepping into a copy, you are stepping into a divine original. The silence did not steal your future, it protected it. And now, because you did abandon me in that place, I'm opening what only your faithfulness unlocked. This isn't just a moment of change, it's a movement of destiny manifesting at full speed. Doors are opening that no man can shut. Timing is aligning without your effort. Conversations are happening about you in rooms you haven't entered yet. What I am about to place in your life will be so precise. Even your past pain will bow to its beauty. And as this unfolds, remember, every time you thought heaven was quiet, I was closer than your breath, whispering blueprints into your future. This is your release. This is your reward. And this is only the beginning. Let me uncover what was really happening when you thought I had turned my face away because you were never overlooked. You were undergoing divine formation. In places you thought were barren, I was building you with intention. When your prayers echoed without reply, I was refining your discernment so you would know my movement even in a whisper. You weren't being ignored, you were being constructed for capacity. I don't pour weighty glory into unstable vessels. So I took you away from the spotlight to strengthen what only time with me could cultivate. You thought your gifts were being wasted, but I was sharpening them in obscurity. You thought your faith was being tested, but I was anchoring it in places where applause could never reach. This wasn't neglect. It was investment. I chose the hidden places to protect what I was building inside you. No eyes, no interference, no sabotage, just my hands shaping the masterpiece in the secret chamber of surrender. You see, promotion without preparation leads to collapse. But I've been forming a foundation in you that no wind can topple. Every quiet season became a workshop where your endurance was built. Every unanswered moment became soil where humility took root. And now, what I formed in silence is ready to rise in strength. You weren't disqualified, you were deepened. I shielded you from being seen too soon, because visibility without spiritual maturity crushes purpose. So I wrapped you in my shadow, not to conceal you in shame, but to incubate you in grace. That's why nothing you've been through is wasted. Every unseen act of obedience, every tear you wiped alone, every dream you kept alive when no one believed it was all adding spiritual weight to your next step. I trained you in the valleys so you'd be unshaken on the mountains. You've been climbing in silence, but I've watched every step. And now, the platform that's emerging beneath your feet will hold what others tried to skip the process to carry. But you, because you let me equip you in the dark, are now ready to shine with a light not of your own, but mine. You didn't lose time, you gained depth. You didn't fall behind, you grew beyond. The moments of waiting weren't a pause, they were a setup for everything that's about to unfold. I hid you so I could mold you without distractions. And now, the world will witness a version of you they never expected, because they couldn't see what I was doing. They thought you were finished, but I was just starting something they'll never be able to explain. And even now, as this message meets your heart, I am revealing gifts that have matured in silence. I am awakening the oil that has thickened through pressure. You didn't come out of hiding empty, you are emerging carrying weight that will break chains, shift rooms, and silence storms. You didn't waste time, you stored power. That's why I need you to rise now, not timidly, not hesitantly, but with full assurance that what I built in you will not fail. The time in obscurity has ended. The equipping has reached its final stage. What you carry is not ordinary. You are not stepping into the spotlight for attention. You are stepping into purpose that was fashioned in the fire. And everything you learned when no one was watching will now serve you in places of impact. The rooms you are about to enter require what only hiddenness can teach: resilience, reverence, and recognition of my voice above all others. This was never about me ignoring you. It was always about me investing in you in ways that could not be interrupted. And now, I'm calling forth everything I planted. The roots have run deep. The growth has been slow, but strong. And the fruit is now visible. Others will see only the outcome, but you will remember the process. You will know this moment didn't arrive on accident. You will carry this season as evidence that being hidden is not rejection, it's preparation for release so divine. Nothing can delay it now. Do not mourn the entrances that never welcomed you. Those shut paths weren't failures. They were signals that something more precise was being preserved for you. Each time a direction collapsed, it was not a denial but a divine countdown toward something tailor-made. I was not sending you in circles. I was steering you away from traps disguised as opportunities. You didn't miss your moment, you were being timed for perfection. What looked like rejection was actually redirection. And while you felt the sting of being blocked, I was sealing doors that would have stolen the very thing I was cultivating in you. There was never a moment I was uncertain about your destination. I didn't allow access, because the place you were trying to enter couldn't support the magnitude of what I've placed inside you. I saw beyond the surface and guarded your steps like a shepherd who knows where the wolves wait in shadows. Those closed spaces weren't delays, they were declarations from heaven that said, "Not this one, not now, not for my child." And though you questioned the silence behind those doors, they were counting down with holy precision toward the unveiling of something not just good, but aligned with your assignment. This isn't about walking through any door, it's about stepping into the one that was made with your name etched on its foundation since the beginning. And now, the waiting is giving way to movement. This specific door didn't just open randomly, it responded to the growth, the stretching, the persistence, and the obedience that no one applauded, but I never overlooked. The timing is divine. The alignment is exact. The key was never lost, it was being forged through your endurance. You didn't know it, but every no you encountered was part of a sacred sequence bringing you to a yes so undeniable, not even your past doubts can cancel it. The delay wasn't evidence of neglect, it was proof of intentional orchestration. I was counting every tear, measuring every setback, monitoring every detour, not to discourage you, but to ensure that when the opening appeared, it would be the one that couldn't be shut. Others tried to walk through early, only to retreat in frustration. But you, because you waited, because you trusted, because you refused to compromise, are now standing at the threshold of something designed to carry the full weight of your calling. This door doesn't just allow you through, it welcomes you with confirmation that heaven is involved. It's not luck. It's not coincidence. It's culmination. You're not stepping into a random opportunity, you're crossing into fulfillment. The countdown is over. The moment is now. I need you to take this step with courage, because what's behind this door is bigger than what you left behind. Don't bring hesitation with you, bring expectation. Don't question your place, claim your position. You are not sneaking in, you've been summoned. And I, the Lord who shut what needed to be shut, am now opening what nothing can block. You don't have to knock this time, the door is already swinging wide. What was once withheld is now flowing freely. What was once guarded is now unlocked. And not just for you, for everything connected to your obedience. This opening is not just access, it's activation. It's the moment your preparation meets manifestation. And I'm not opening just one door, I'm opening a series that will lead you from breakthrough to breakthrough, without the delay that once tangled your feet. Because you trusted me when nothing made sense, I am ushering you into a reality that makes my glory evident. This is the season where you'll realize every closed door was part of a strategy that only I could design. Nothing was wasted. No delay was in vain. Every door that denied you was secretly pointing toward this moment. And now, as you walk through what has finally opened, you'll understand why you had to wait, because this door leads to more than you asked for. It leads to destiny fully awake. The wait is no longer about patience, it's about recognition. Because what you've been anticipating, what you've labored for in silence and believed for without seeing, is no longer on its way, it has arrived. I need you to understand that breakthrough doesn't always come with flashing lights or the sound of trumpets. Sometimes, it shows up like a soft knock at the door, waiting to see if your heart is tuned enough to hear it. Right now, I'm not asking you to keep waiting, I'm telling you to get up and open what's already pressing in. You've crossed the threshold between waiting and receiving, but if your posture remains passive, you'll miss what's already present. The shift didn't just begin, it completed. This is not the season of hoping something will happen. This is the hour of stepping into what I've placed within your reach. The door is not locked. The blessing is not far. The answer is not pending. It's right there, breathing in the same atmosphere you're standing in. And though you may still feel the residue of the struggle, do not mistake that for delay, because I've brought breakthrough to your doorstep. You asked me for signs. I gave you silence so your discernment would sharpen. You pleaded for confirmation. I stirred your spirit until you couldn't ignore the nudge anymore. Now the weight in your chest, the urgency in your soul, the sense that something is about to unfold that is not imagination, that is revelation. The breakthrough is already here, asking you to respond, not react. This is not the time to retreat in doubt or bury your faith in hesitation. This is the moment to answer the knock with full conviction that what you've prayed for is no longer out of reach. Don't talk yourself out of what's already being handed to you. Don't delay by analyzing the details. The miracle won't wait for your comfort, it moves when faith opens the door. I am not presenting potential, I am delivering fulfillment. What once seemed distant is now invading your reality. It's not a concept anymore. It's a manifestation. And I've brought it at the right hour, because your spirit has been conditioned to carry it well. You are not receiving this by accident. This isn't some random moment of favor. This is the exact second where every unseen act of obedience rises to meet what I have ordained. The breakthrough isn't subtle, it's specific. It matches your private prayers. It reflects your hidden tears. It carries the fingerprints of every moment you chose trust over fear. I didn't send it earlier because I wanted your identity to be secured before the release. I wanted your confidence to rest in me, not in the outcome. And now that your faith has matured beyond conditions, I am placing in your hands what no one else could unlock. The breakthrough isn't coming through back doors or side paths, it's coming straight to your front door with undeniable clarity. You won't need to beg for it. You won't need to fight for it. You'll only need to open with expectation and embrace with surrender. It's not something you can earn, it's something I'm giving because you endured. Your waiting was not for nothing, it was the very key that opened the moment that now stands before you. And while others may still be looking for signs, you will be the sign. You will carry evidence that waiting on me is never in vain. You will become the testimony that proves I don't forget my word. I don't delay without reason. I don't make promises I don't plan to keep. And as you take this step, as you say yes to what has arrived, you'll see that it was never about the speed, it was about the sequence. Every detail is in place. Every hindrance removed. The weight is lifting. The path is clearing. And the breakthrough that used to feel like a dream is now standing at your door, knocking ready for you to let it in. There is no more waiting period on what I ordained for your life. The moment that once felt far off is no longer on the horizon, it's unfolding now. The expiration on the delay has been marked in heaven, and what you once considered stagnant has been supernaturally activated. You may not have heard a trumpet, but the command has already been issued in the spiritual realm. Release what has been held. Everything that looked paused, postponed, or unreachable is now moving under divine acceleration. I'm not asking you to stretch your faith to believe something might change. I'm calling you to align your spirit with a truth that it already has. This shift doesn't need your permission, it simply needs your recognition. You've passed the threshold of waiting and stepped into fulfillment that was kept in storage until you could steward it without compromise. What was once suspended has now begun to flow. Every seed you planted in the dry season is being awakened by my voice, and it will not return empty. I have already breathed upon what was once lifeless, and now I'm commanding it to stand up in strength and speak. You do not have to strive to earn this moment, it's already been paid for in your perseverance. I saw you show up when you were tired. I watched you obey even when you didn't understand. I noted every time you held on when everything said let go. And now, what you prayed for has not only been heard, it has been marked, activated by my hand. You must know this isn't just about receiving something external, this is a full release of divine alignment that touches every area of your life. Your spirit is coming into sync with a new rhythm. Your atmosphere is shifting from resistance to release. The doors you stood before in tears are now opening without struggle. I have removed the blocks. I have silenced the opposition. And I am now revealing what was being formed behind the scenes of what you called delay. Don't look back trying to figure out why it took so long. Look ahead and see what is now flowing with clarity and speed. The delay wasn't to punish, it was to perfect. And that perfection wasn't about your performance. It was about timing that matched heaven's calendar, not man's clock. Others may wonder why things are happening for you now, but you know the cost, the pain, the process, the private moments no one clapped for. This is the hour where you will see that I do not forget. I do not abandon the faithful. I do not waste 1 second of surrendered time. Every second of the delay hath been used as material for your testimony. And now, I say this to you with urgency, step with faith into what I have activated. Don't second-guess this open season. Don't shrink back into old patterns of doubt. Don't wait for external validation when I've already declared you ready. What you once saw in visions and dreams is now being materialized in the natural. Don't allow hesitation to sabotage what heaven has already put in motion. You are not behind, you are precisely on schedule. You didn't miss it, you were molded for it. What seemed forgotten has been accelerated in such a way that you will recover what time tried to steal. The delay that hung over your calling like a fog is now lifting, and clarity is breaking through like morning light. This isn't a partial move. It's a full release. It will touch your mind, your family, your finances, your calling, your peace. Every realm where delay once lingered is now being overtaken by supernatural movement. There will be no more waiting for confirmation. This is your confirmation. This is your green light. This is the moment I spoke of in the dark when you couldn't see your way forward. And now, because the delay has ended, I'm giving you divine access to walk in what has been set in motion. It is active. It is moving. And you must move with it, because momentum has begun and glory is ahead. You were closer than you knew, even when you felt furthest away. The cries you whispered in exhaustion, The requests you barely had the strength to speak aloud, those very petitions have not only been received, they are now standing at the edge of your reality, waiting to be welcomed. I watched as you wrestled between surrender and silence, wondering if those longings would ever find their shape. But what you need to understand in this very moment is that what you nearly let go of is now knocking louder than ever. The things you once held with trembling hands, thinking they might dissolve under the weight of delay, are now dressed in fulfillment and positioned at the door of your life. This isn't a distant promise anymore. This is a now reality pressing into your atmosphere with unmistakable clarity. The answers are not on the way, they are already here, seeking entry. And the only thing I'm asking of you now is this: will you recognize what you once feared wouldn't arrive? Don't let disappointment distort your perception. Don't allow fatigue to blind your discernment. The shape of the answer may not match your imagination, but it carries every ounce of the promise I made to you in the secret places. You must not turn away now. You must not question whether you're worthy to receive it. I would not allow it this close if I had not already prepared you to handle it. You've been forged through waiting, strengthened through the ache of longing, and purified in the furnace of quiet persistence. Now I am bringing the harvest of those prayers to meet you face to face. You didn't miss it. You didn't pray wrong. You didn't hope in vain. What you asked for with childlike trust is arriving with my authority attached to it. There is no more striving needed. Just alignment. Just awareness. The door is not a future event, it's already in front of you. And the answer you begged me not to forget is now looking at you with fulfillment in its hands. I did not delay because I doubted. I delayed because I was designing. And now, what was being formed in realms unseen is stepping out of hiding to embrace you in fullness. The dreams you buried under logic are rising with supernatural evidence. The desires you thought were too bold are now receiving divine yes without restriction. The promises that seemed like echoes from another lifetime are now beating with new breath. I never abandoned what you gave to me, I simply held it until you were ready to hold it back. And now, with your hands washed in obedience and your heart refined by waiting, you are about to carry what once only existed in tears and declarations. And not only will you receive it, you will understand why it took the time that it did. Because answers that arrive in divine timing do not bring pressure, they bring peace. They don't confuse, they clarify. They don't scatter, they establish. And that's what is meeting you now. What's waiting at your threshold is not just a result, it is a restoration. It is the return of what you sowed when it hurt. It is the manifestation of what you chose to believe when everything looked still. Let no voice talk you out of this moment. Let no memory of past delay convince you to stay behind the line. Step forward. Answer the knock. Open to what is already opening toward you. I'm not asking you to search, I'm asking you to welcome. Because the things you thought I had delayed indefinitely are now being placed before you with undeniable timing. And as you open this new chapter, you'll find that what almost broke you is the very thing now blessing you. The answer is here. The threshold has been reached. And you are not just ready, you are positioned to walk fully into it, without fear, without apology, and without hesitation. I have already done what needed to be done in the realm you couldn't see, and now I'm standing in front of you, urging you to move, with the confidence I've been building within you all along. This is no longer about you pleading for my intervention. I've already moved. I've already shifted the atmosphere. I've already prepared the outcome. What remains now is your decision to step into what I've already made available. I'm not withholding the answer. I'm not pausing the promise. The fullness of what you asked for had been authorized. The delay wasn't me testing your strength, it was me proving your foundation. But now that the foundation is laid, now that you've been forged in the quiet, the next action belongs to you. I am waiting not out of limitation, but because I gave you authority to walk into rooms you once thought were closed to you. I've done the unlocking. You must now walk through. I have opened the heavens, and you must lift your head and recognize that the rain is already falling. I did not create you to live suspended in spiritual hesitation. I formed you to move boldly in response to my word. This moment isn't being delayed from above, it's being awaited from below. You are not helpless, you are equipped. You are not behind, you are invited. What you once thought required more time was only waiting on your yes, your movement, your faith to push past the threshold of passivity. So many times you asked me to come closer, and I did. You asked me to speak clearly, and I whispered into your sleep. You asked for signs, and I surrounded you with confirmations. But now, I'm not asking you to keep seeking what I've already shown, I'm asking you to respond. The ceiling is lifted. The floor is steady. The pathway is clear. And what stands in front of you is not a question, it is an opening. I won't force you into what I've prepared. I will never override your will. But I will keep standing, waiting, hoping you recognize that the season has shifted and the door you once stood before is no longer shut. The frustration you feel is not because I'm far away, it's because your spirit knows it's time to move, but your steps have not followed yet. There is nothing left to prove. The waiting has served its purpose. And now is your turn to act. Not with fear, not with hesitation, but with the awareness that heaven has already aligned in your favor. The same power that raised the dead dwells in you. The same spirit that hovered over creation is now stirring within you to move forward. This is your appointed time to enter, not just to dream, not just to plan, but to walk in what I've prepared. You've prayed, and now it's time to proceed. You've asked, and now it's time to answer. I am not silent, I am watching, urging, longing to see you move with a faith that matches the promise I've released. Do not remain standing in the doorway of possibility when I have given you full access to inheritance. You were not designed to admire breakthroughs from a distance. You were made to carry them, live in them, and reveal them through your story. Every tool has been given. Every hindrance had been removed. Every lie that said you weren't ready has been broken. Now I wait not because I doubt you, but because I've empowered you. And I am patient, because I know what you're stepping into will change generations. What waits on the other side of your obedience is not small. It carries ripple effects beyond your imagination. You stepping forward releases freedom not only for yourself, but for those who will follow your footsteps. This isn't just about your blessing, it's about your legacy. So move, beloved. Move like someone who knows the heavens are behind them. Move like someone who carries a commission, not just a calling. You are not waiting on me, I am watching to see you rise into everything that was always yours. Before you ever knew what to ask, I had already begun preparing what would one day bear your name. Long before the first tear fell in prayer, before your voice trembled under the weight of hope, I had documented every detail of the miracle tailored just for you. You didn't stumble into this moment. You didn't arrive here by chance. Your steps, your sacrifice, your surrender, they brought you into alignment with something I had already signed off in the courts of heaven. This isn't a general release, it's personal. This promise isn't floating in possibility, it's been marked, labeled, and assigned to you. It carries your spiritual fingerprint. You won't fit anyone else. What I have authorized cannot be intercepted. Your name is not merely attached to the outcome, it is engraved into the fulfillment. You must understand this, because what's being released isn't random favor, it is intentional manifestation. This miracle is not just for encouragement, it's for transformation. It carries the answer to not only your questions, but to the deep places inside you that dared to believe even when circumstances screamed otherwise. Every part of this release hath been reviewed by my authority and sealed with my timing. There was never a risk of it being given to another, because I don't mix destinies. I don't confuse assignments. When I crafted this portion of promise, I did so knowing only you would understand its weight, its meaning, and its worth. Others may see the miracle, but only you will feel its full significance, because only you walked the valleys that gave it shape. This isn't just breakthrough, it's identity being fulfilled. I didn't put your name on it lightly. I placed it there because I trusted that when the moment came, you'd be ready to carry what others couldn't. You thought the delay was a denial, but it was a safeguard. I was making sure no hands touched what only your heart could hold. Now that the release has been issued, nothing can override it. No lie can cancel it. No opposition can detain it. Your name is written on this miracle in ink that cannot fade. It's been announced in heaven. The timing has been confirmed. And all that's left is for you to receive what was never in question. I want you to feel the weight of this not as pressure, but as glory. I want you to realize that this is not borrowed or temporary, it's permanent. This release will not be retracted. I am not testing you with a glimpse, I am gifting you with substance. You don't have to chase it anymore. It's been released into your direction. And not just for today. What's coming into your hands now will ripple through your future. It will shift atmospheres. It will validate decisions that made no sense to others. It will heal the places where disappointment once lived. Your name is on this miracle because I saw the unseen battles. I counted the quiet acts of faithfulness. I remembered the offerings of trust when you had nothing left to offer but belief. And now, because you continued, because you didn't forfeit what I placed within you, you are stepping into what was already yours. This is not a surprise to me, this is a completion. This is not new information, it's fulfillment coming into view. You're not being handed something strange, you're being reunited with what was yours all along. So open your arms, not with doubt, but with clarity that you are not borrowing someone else's blessing. This one bears your name. This one answers your prayer. This one reflects your story. The release has already been issued. Your name has already been spoken. And nothing, not time, not delay, not fear can remove it now. What has been signed in the spirit is about to appear in the natural. And when it does, you'll know it was always meant to reach you. Everything you thought was lost, every opportunity that slipped through your hands, every year that seemed buried beneath regret and delay, I am reclaiming it all and returning it multiplied. What looked like wasted seasons were not forgotten chapters. They were simply hidden transitions being preserved for divine recovery. You believed too long, endured too deeply, and trusted me through too much for me to allow the enemy to hold what was never is to keep. And now, I speak this over your life with authority. What felt stolen will be restored, but not in the same measure. I do not return in fractions. I respond with overflow. I do not give back what was taken in the same form. I double it in strength, increase it in purpose, and accelerate its impact. This is the moment where time bows to grace. I am not bound by clocks. I do not operate under calendars. I am the creator of time, and I hold the ability to redeem every second that felt like it slipped through your grasp. You may have mourned what you missed, but I have stored what belongs to you. And now that the waiting has lifted, I'm releasing not only what was delayed but everything it was supposed to produce. Restoration isn't just about getting back what you lost. It's about recovering the momentum, the clarity, the favor, and the divine timing that will now move faster than you've ever experienced. Where you were once slowed by confusion, you will now be carried by clarity. Where you were once tangled in obstacles, I am now clearing a straight path beneath your feet. Do not worry about how long it's been. I specialize in redeeming time with precision. What you thought would take years will happen in moments. What seemed too late will suddenly be right on schedule. My acceleration doesn't look like the world's speed, it looks like multiplied fruitfulness without striving. You will feel it. You will see it. Doors will open rapidly. Connections will align seamlessly. Ideas will be birthed that solve what once baffled you. This is not compensation, it's multiplication. I'm not just returning you to where you were, I'm propelling you to where you were always meant to be. Those who thought you were behind will soon realize you have been aligned by a pace only I could set. And as things begin to move swiftly, you must not doubt what's happening. You must not pause in disbelief. You must ride the wave of this acceleration with the awareness that it hath been sent for your vindication. The enemy whispered, "It's too late." But I now declare, it's right on time. You did not lose what matters most, you were simply being preserved until the environment could match the promise. What you built in obscurity will now gain visibility. What was delayed for protection will now move in power. And when it starts, it won't stop. The acceleration is not temporary, it's the new rhythm of your life. And this rhythm won't be exhausting. It will be empowering. It will feel like divine wind under your steps. You will wake up with renewed strength, ideas pouring from my spirit, favor meeting you before you speak, and doors opening without you having to knock. You will understand that my restoration rewrites timelines. I will make up for what seemed wasted. I will redeem the relationships that were broken. I will restore joy that was drained. I will replenish the strength that was lost in long battles. And I will pour back into you every ounce of what the enemy tried to drain. No delay, no detour, no defeat has the final word over what I am accelerating now. This is not the end of your story, it's the part where the momentum begins. The part where double becomes your new normal. The part where recovery feels like reward. And when people ask how it all happened so suddenly, you will answer with boldness, God never forgot. He just waited until the time was right. And now that the time has come, watch as I do in days what you once thought would take years. While you were wondering if I had overlooked what mattered to you most, I was intricately weaving every element together in a way that far exceeded your imagination. You must understand what seems like delay is often my intentional design being completed in dimensions you cannot yet see. I do not forget the details. Not one desire, not one whispered request, not one piece of your vision was neglected. I don't work with fragments, I operate with full awareness. Even the smallest parts of your heart have been taken into account. I saw what you couldn't put into words. I understood what you were too weary to articulate. And I used every unspoken plea as material for the blueprint I was crafting behind the veil of time. This wasn't just about answering your prayers, it was about preparing an outcome so complete, so perfect, that when it arrives, you'll know it was me and me alone. I saw the conflict in your heart, the part that wanted to keep trusting, and the part that questioned if I still remembered. And even in that tension, I never moved away from you. I moved closer, covering you in grace while I continued building the fulfillment you'd eventually step into. I was not ignoring you, I was protecting what was being formed. I couldn't show you everything at once, not because I was hiding from you, but because the weight of what I was preparing required quiet shaping. Your steps have not been aimless. Your waiting has not been hollow. I've been assembling everything: people, places, timing, opportunities, and even seemingly unrelated events so that when the release happens, it will feel like every detail was destined. Because it was, and still is. I watched as you tried to piece together your own understanding. I let you ask the hard questions. I stayed present as you tried to make sense of what looked like confusion. But even while you were trying to navigate shadows, I was setting light in places you hadn't even walked into yet. I've already gone before you and adjusted things so that the moment you step in, everything you need will already be in place. You won't need to fix it. You won't need to chase it. You won't need to question it. I've already designed it with such precision that when it meets you, it will feel like home. Every connection will click. Every moment will align. Every part of your journey will suddenly make sense. What once felt random will now be revealed as perfectly arranged. That's what I was doing in the silence. That's what I was shaping in the shadows. Not just something good, but something right. I designed this next season to match what I placed inside of you. The inner transformation you endured wasn't in vain, it was synchronized with the outer fulfillment I've now completed. You are not stepping into something that barely fits, you're stepping into what was sculpted for your very soul. You didn't need to force it because it was already yours. And now, as the pieces begin to appear, as the connections start falling into place with speed and clarity, don't be surprised when you recognize details you forgot you even asked for. That's me. That's my design. That's how closely I listen. That's how fully I cared. Not just about the big requests, but the quiet ones. The ones you never told anyone. The ones you let go of, thinking they were too small to matter. But they mattered to me. Every sigh. Every God, do you see me? Every weary please. I heard them all. I recorded every one. And now, what I've designed in secret will begin to manifest in undeniable ways. You won't need to explain it, my fingerprints will be all over it, You won't need to compete for it, it's been marked for you. This isn't luck. It's not random favor. It's the full unveiling of a design so personal, so exact, that the only thing left to say will be, only God could have done this. I saw when you laid that promise down, not out of disbelief, but because carrying it had begun to feel heavier than your strength could bear. I remember the moment you folded it gently, wrapped in whispered prayers and drenched in tears, and placed it deep within the hidden chambers of your soul, hoping that maybe, just maybe, it would awaken again one day. You never stopped loving that vision, but life pressed too hard, disappointment loomed too long, and silence stretched too wide. You didn't abandon it, you just couldn't carry it anymore. And I want you to know, I never judge you for that. I held it when you couldn't. I kept it alive when you had no strength left to hope. You thought it had died in the dark, but I was nurturing it where your eyes couldn't see. It never lost its heartbeat. The promise didn't fade, it matured. And now, as the light of this new season rises, I am lifting that very thing out of the shadows, returning it to you with breath and beauty and power you never imagined possible. The same dream you buried in quiet surrender is emerging stronger, sharper, and more radiant than it ever was before. It's not just coming back, it's being fulfilled in a way that proves I was with you in every single tear. You never cried alone. Every time your heart whispered, Lord, don't let it die, I whispered back, I won't. And I didn't. I preserved it. I refined it. I added layers of purpose and wrapped it in my timing so that when it rose again, it would no longer be fragile hope, it would be divine manifestation. This isn't just a return, it's a resurrection. What you once feared was gone forever is now awakening in full view. No longer hidden. No longer waiting. This is your moment to watch what you once feared would fade away rise in a way no one, including you, expected. The daylight is not random. I orchestrated this revealing with care, ensuring that the unveiling would match the depth of the journey. And as the light touches what once lived only in silence, you'll begin to feel the shift in your very spirit. That internal ache you thought you'd have to live with is now transforming into a holy awe, as I bring to life what felt buried for too long. You will watch in real time as I take what was once wrapped in sorrow and clothe it in glory. You will see it flourish without force. You will see it grow without striving. Because I am not returning it in the form it was placed down, I am giving it back multiplied, refined, and ready to fulfill the very purpose it was born for. You will no longer mourn what felt lost. You will rejoice in what has been restored. I did not forget the ache. I did not overlook the cost. I counted every silent surrender as faith, and I am now answering it not just with reward, but with legacy. This promise will not merely be a relief, it will be a sign, a signal to you and those watching that I finish what I start, that I preserve what I plant, that I redeem what feels ruined. The pain at birth this season will not define it, my presence will. And as it rises, you will rise with it. The joy that had been locked behind delay will begin to overflow. The expectation that felt foolish before will now feel like fire. You'll wonder how you ever doubted. You'll look back and see that I was never still, I was always working. Even when you let go, I held on. And now that it's rising, don't hold back your praise. Don't hesitate to embrace it. Don't question if it's real. Ian is here. It's rising in the light, and it has your name written on its roots. This is your promise alive, visible, and flourishing in the very daylight where others said it would never survive. They said it was too late, too far gone, too broken to recover. They judged by what they saw, limited snapshots of your struggle, moments of weakness they mistook for final chapters. But they never had the full script. They never heard the conversations you and I had in the secret place. They never witnessed the resilience I was building beneath the surface. They weren't there for the nights you chose to trust me over your own understanding. And now, while others are concluding your story with period marks of doubt, I'm writing new sentences with ink soaked in purpose. Your ending was based on human sight, mine is written by eternal vision. I never gave permission for their declarations to stand. What they labeled as final was merely a pause in my timeline. I allowed the silence so that my voice would be unmistakable when I began again. And now, I am speaking into the dry bones, into the discarded dreams, into the ashes they assumed would never burn again. I am announcing a beginning so fresh, so fueled by my spirit, that it will silence every voice that prematurely closed your chapter. You didn't miss your moment, you were being hidden until the real moment arrived. And now that it's here, I am not only reversing the judgment, I am releasing the full measure of what I planned from the start. You see, I never base beginnings on what man accepts. I birth them from the soil of surrender, from the obedience that grows in storms. You're not too late. You're not too old. You're not too far behind. I'm not using what's been left over, I'm creating something entirely new. What's coming will not resemble the former things, it will eclipse them. What others said was over is about to become the greatest proof of my faithfulness in your life. The very area they mocked is the ground I've chosen to pour fresh oil upon. The moments you thought were wasted will now serve as the backdrop for a breakthrough they can't deny. I will use what they dismissed to display what I've determined. I'm not picking up where they left off, I'm starting a movement they never saw coming. And you are the carrier of it. You are the one I preserved, not because you were perfect, but because you stayed connected to me when it didn't make sense to. You walked through the ridicule, the rejection, the repeated disappointments. And still, you didn't walk away. That's why I'm honoring you in this new beginning. You see, when I start something, I don't need a crowd's approval, I only need a heart that says yes. And your heart, weary as it was, never let go of mine. Now I am lifting the covering. I am removing the false labels. I'm showing you that what they thought was finished was actually just being positioned. This beginning isn't shallow. It's born out of depth. It's backed by the history we share, the trials you survived, the prayers you whispered, the hope you kept breathing into even when no one else saw the point. And now, I am building something with you that will outlast the opinions of man. This will be a foundation that holds generational impact. I will redeem the time, renew the vision, and refresh the strength you thought you'd lost along the way. What I'm unfolding now will have no traces of shame, only markers of grace. What felt like the end has now become the soil for the greatest growth you've ever known. Let go of the limits others spoke over you. Release the idea that their voice holds authority over your future. Only I have the final word. And I say this now, it's just beginning. The real chapter, the one I wrote in eternity, is now opening before you. Walk into it, not timidly but boldly. Walk as one who knows that heaven has spoken a new beginning, and nothing can stop what I have decided must now rise. Everything that tried to confine you, all the resistance that seemed to push your future just out of reach, the invisible barriers that surrounded your purpose like a prison, they've broken. What bound you yesterday no longer has permission to follow you into what I am doing now. You don't even realize it fully yet, but the restrictions that once weighed down your steps have been broken beneath the force of my command. I didn't ask permission to set you free, I declared it, and every stronghold had to respond. These weren't surface-level chains. These were the kinds of delays wrapped in spiritual warfare, the kind of entanglements that made no sense in the natural, the kind that drained your strength, clouded your clarity, and made your purpose feel like a moving target. But I have moved my hand, and in one motion I have undone what took years to tighten around you. The spiritual resistance that made you feel stuck without explanation has been broken, not by striving, but by my authority. You cried out to me asking why nothing was moving, and now you'll begin to see why it felt like such a battle, because what was attached to your future terrified the enemy. But he no longer has a foothold. The shackles that tried to silence your momentum have fallen at my feet. I didn't just loosen them, I shattered them. They cannot reattach. They cannot reform. You are not going to relive the same struggle in disguise. This is true liberation. And it's not just for your relief, it's for your release into the places you were meant to walk long ago. I didn't free you so you could stand still, I freed you so you could advance. So take that step without the weight you used to carry. Move without the fear of falling again. You are not the same as you were in that season. You are stronger, wiser, clearer. You're not dragging brokenness behind you, you're clothed in purpose and walking in a freedom I preserved until this very moment. The chains were not broken because of your strength. They were broken because you didn't give up even when you felt chained to stillness. You praised me in the pause. You held on even when the chains whispered lies. You waited for me when others ran ahead in compromise. And now I am responding with force. I am declaring once and for all, the delay was not your defeat. The restriction was never permanent. The opposition was never going to win. I allowed it only to refine you, not to ruin you. And now that the lesson has been sealed and the resistance removed, you are free to run. The places you used to fear are now accessible. The dreams you postponed can now breathe again. The assignments you kept tucked away because you didn't feel ready, they are being pulled forward. And this time, nothing is in your way. I am not sending you forward with leftover strength, I am filling you with fresh power, a new wind that comes only after chains fall. This freedom is different, it's not fragile, it's final. You're not hoping it lasts, you know it will, because you know who broke the chains. This isn't temporary breakthrough, it's a complete separation from everything that held you back. And what's even more powerful is this: those who watched you in your confined season will now watch as I establish you in fulfillment. Not to prove a point, but to show the world what my hand can do with a heart that refuses to quit. The sound of chains breaking is being replaced with the sound of open gates. The silence of stillness is being traded for the rhythm of forward motion. And as you step forward, you will sense the difference in your spirit. What once gripped your ankles now lies shattered behind you. What once whispered not yet now screams now. And I, the one who broke the chains, walk beside you, guiding you into the next chapter without resistance, without fear, and without delay. I never intended the waiting to harm you. I wasn't punishing you. I was protecting what mattered most: your soul, your calling, your legacy. While you stood wondering why I hadn't moved yet, I was covering you from things you couldn't see and outcomes you weren't ready to carry. The delay wasn't neglect, it was love disguised as stillness. I know what quick movement without maturity can do. I know how premature elevation can crush what hasn't been rooted in wisdom. So I shielded you. Not because you were failing, but because you were growing. I placed a divine pause over your journey, not to hold you back, but to keep you safe while I developed the unseen structure that would sustain what's coming. You looked around and saw others moving faster, going further, building visibly, and you thought maybe I had forgotten about you, but I hadn't. While they were visible, I was making you unshakable. While they were celebrated, I was making you steady. What I've prepared for you requires a different foundation, one that can't be built in the spotlight. I wasn't rushing because I value what I'm building in you. I was waiting for the moment when the depth inside you would finally match the height I was preparing to reveal. That moment is now. You see, preservation is what happens when I care too much to allow you to walk into a room you're not ready to own. I would rather delay you temporarily than watch you collapse under something you weren't prepared to carry. I didn't want you just to arrive, I wanted you to last. That's why I said not yet, even when you asked me why not now. And now that you've grown in silence, learned in obscurity, and surrendered in stillness, I am calling you out of the holding pattern. The preservation is complete. You didn't waste time, you were being made ready. What seemed like inaction was me forming character, crushing ego, stretching faith, and deepening trust. You don't realize how much I've done in you until you look back and see that what once shook you now strengthens you. What used to intimidate you now reveals your authority. The time you thought was stolen has been traded for strength. And that strength wasn't built through ease, it was built in the waiting. Waiting trained you to listen when nothing made sense. Waiting taught you to love me more than outcomes. Waiting matured your vision. It cleared out the noise and opened your ears to the sound of my whisper. Now you can discern what others miss. Now you carry wisdom that can't be faked. Now you're not desperate to be seen, you're anchored in being known by me. That's what the preservation was for. So that when this moment came, you would not only recognize it, you'd be able to steward it. Now that the weight has lifted, Don't rush ahead in panic. Move forward with the poise of someone who knows this isn't a chance, it's a commissioning. This season isn't the result of pressure, it's the fruit of process. You didn't miss your turn. I was saving the best lane for you. And now that the barriers are down, now that the season has changed, you will see why I had to keep you hidden, why I had to say no when you begged for yes, why I delayed what looked ready but wasn't. Because what I'm giving you now carries longevity. This blessing won't break you, it will build you. This breakthrough won't confuse you, it will clarify everything. This next door won't drain you, it will release you. And that's because I preserved it. I preserved you. And now, because you stayed, because you endured, because you chose me when you didn't understand me, I am giving you what eyes haven't seen and ears haven't heard, what has been preserved not just for any day, but for today. I've already cleared the road ahead. What once seemed tangled with uncertainty has now been made smooth under my direction. I've gone before you, removing the hidden traps, lifting the unseen weights, and silencing the voices that tried to confuse your direction. What was once clouded with doubt has now been illuminated by purpose. The hesitation you've carried is not needed anymore. You don't have to guess which way to go. I've laid the path, marked the milestones, and opened the space for your movement. But now, beloved, I need your steps. I've made the way, but I won't force you to walk it. That part belongs to you. Your decision to move forward, even if your knees are trembling, is the act of faith that activates everything I've already arranged. I didn't pave this path for it to remain untouched. I created it so that you could walk in confidence, not because you know everything, but because you trust the one who does. There's a divine rhythm already in motion, and it's waiting for your alignment. I won't let your feet slip. I've secured every inch. But the journey won't begin until you place your foot on what I've already anointed. The steps of faith may feel risky, but they are rooted in the certainty of my promise. I've designed this walk not as a test, but as an invitation. You've prayed to see the way, now I'm asking you to take it. Don't look for more signs when I've already opened the space for movement. Don't stall while hoping for extra clarity when I've already lit the way with peace. You'll find that every forward step unlocks more than you thought possible. The provision you've prayed for will not fall into place while standing still, it will rise to meet you as you advance. The people you're meant to encounter, the doors that are waiting to swing open, the breakthroughs positioned just beyond the threshold, they are activated by movement. You are not entering a field of confusion, you are entering territory that has been promised and prepared. The enemy tried to tell you it was blocked, too hard, or too dangerous, but I say to you now, it is open, it is safe, and it is yours. What I'm calling you into will not require you to strive, but it will require your trust. You don't need to run, I just need you to move forward. One step, then another. One choice of courage followed by another. You've stood long enough. You've questioned long enough. Now it's time to respond. I'm not asking you to see the full picture, I'm asking you to follow me step by step. The outcome is already held in my hands. Your responsibility is simply obedience. You've heard me speak in the quiet, and now I'm speaking in motion. I've aligned the timing. I've readied the environment. The path that once felt like a distant dream is now paved in real opportunity. You won't have to force anything. What's meant for you will recognize your arrival. Destiny will meet you where your obedience takes you. You are not walking alone. I am with you. My spirit is going ahead of you, behind you, and beside you. Every step you take will echo with purpose. Every inch of ground you cover will carry the evidence of heaven's partnership. Don't wait for full confidence, walk in full surrender. As your feet touch the ground, I'll meet you with clarity, strength, and favor. This is not the time to shrink. It's not the time to stall. The gate is open, the path is ready, and I'm waiting to walk it with you. I've done my part, and now I'm calling you to do yours. Your steps are not ordinary, they are assignments. And when you take them, you activate the flow of what has already been secured for you long before you knew it was needed. So move, my child. Move knowing the way has been made. Move knowing that every step forward is not just movement, it's agreement with what I've already declared over your life. You mistook the pause as a problem, but I was positioning every element with surgical precision. What looked like nothing happening was everything coming together behind the scenes, every conversation, every shift, every unseen preparation lining up for a result you wouldn't have believed had I shown you too soon. This wasn't about stalling, it was about sequence. I don't operate on the timeline of men, I orchestrate moments that echo through eternity. You cried over time lost, but what you didn't realize is that I was creating a ripple effect that required you to arrive exactly now, not earlier, not later, but now. The longer it looked like a delay, the deeper the influence I was cultivating behind the scenes. The longer it appeared still, the wider the reach I was preparing to birth through you. Because what I'm bringing forth through your obedience isn't just for you, it's for those who are watching, listening, depending on your breakthrough to trigger theirs. You are not walking into a private moment. You are stepping into something public that began as private devotion. I held you back because I love you, and I needed the release to match the maturity. I needed the unveiling to carry not just emotion, but weight. I was building you into a vessel that could hold more than you expected. What seemed quiet was saturated with movement too sacred to be rushed. Had you walked into it earlier, it would have crumbled under pressure. But now the timing is perfect. Now, as you step forward, everything is ready. What once resisted is now yielding. What was once closed is opening. And it's not happening in a slow trickle, it's happening in sudden, accelerated shifts. There's a reason why the doors that once wouldn't budge are now swinging wide. There's a reason why the people who once overlooked you are now looking again with new eyes. There's a reason why ideas are coming faster, favor is flowing freer, and strength is returning like a flood. It's because heaven has announced, this is the moment. The timing was never accidental. You were preserved for impact, not just progress. I was building something generational, not temporary. This is why others moved ahead of you in visibility, but not in depth. This is why you were slowed down when others seemed to soar, because I wasn't preparing you for a flash. I was anchoring you for a move. What I'm doing through you now has roots. And when you start to rise, you won't be easily shaken. You won't be swayed by applause or approval, because you didn't come through the door on talent, you came through on trust. You didn't manipulate your way in, you waded your way in. And because of that, the timing is dripping with power. Every step you take now will be amplified with impact. Every word you speak will carry the weight of the seasons that no one else saw. The very things you cried over, the disappointments you thought disqualified you, those are now becoming tools in my hand to minister to others, to build what lasts, to break what's fake, and to reveal what is real. The delay didn't diminish the promise, it intensified the purpose. And as it now unfolds, you will sense it. You will feel the difference. You will know this wasn't your doing. This was the timing of the one who sees beginning and end all at once. And I chose this moment for a reason. I selected this hour for you to rise. And it will not just bless you, it will shift atmospheres around you. People will encounter my presence through the open doors I prepared for you. And what once made you feel behind will now be the very reason you are ahead, because the delay was not a detour. It was design. And now that the release is active, watch as it flows without friction. Because this is not just a new chapter, it is a divinely timed turning point that will mark the rest of your life. You thought your words disappeared into the silence, but every soft cry, every whispered plea, every tear-stained question landed in my hands. Not a single breath you exhaled in weariness was wasted. I heard them all when you questioned in exhaustion, when your faith trembled beneath the weight of delay, when your voice was too tired to shout and only managed a quiet, "How much longer, Lord?" I leaned in every time. I wasn't ignoring you. I wasn't distant. I was drawing closer, even when you felt the stillness more than my nearness. I didn't respond immediately, not because I didn't care, but because what you were stepping into required layers of preparation you couldn't yet comprehend. But now I want you to hear me with the clarity you've been aching for. I've heard you, and your how long has reached its end. The waiting has served its purpose, and your voice that once cried for relief will now rise with praise. I didn't overlook your suffering. I didn't silence your questions out of anger. I allowed the process to mature your hearing so that when my answer arrived, you would recognize it as sacred. There is something holy about a soul that keeps whispering even when it thinks no one is listening. That kind of faith does not go unrewarded. You spoke not to the air, you spoke to your Creator, and I bottled those cries like precious oil. Every whisper pulled me closer. Every how much longer became an invitation for me to dwell even more deeply within your pain. I was never offended by your honesty, I welcomed it. I'd rather you bring me your aching truth than cover it with artificial strength. You reached for me not with perfect prayers but with surrendered hearts, and that moved me more than you know. You may have felt like your voice was small, but to me, it shook heaven. And now, the cry you whispered in the shadows is being answered in the light. The timing has come. The shift has begun. The answers are no longer delayed. What you long to see is stepping into full view. The situations that made you feel forgotten are being transformed into living proof that I've always been present. And you will realize something powerful. I wasn't just waiting to give you a response, I was preparing to give you more than what you asked for. Your how much longer was never about me being late. It was about me giving you what wouldn't be temporary. I waited until your soul was ready to receive, not just request. Until your trust was rooted deep enough that you could carry the blessing without it crushing your dependence on me. You needed to grow into the answer. And now that you have, the fulfillment you're about to receive won't slip through your fingers like it might have before. It will stay. It will multiply. It will restore the ache of delay with the joy of my faithfulness. And as I pour out what you waited for, you'll begin to look back and see the pattern in the process. You'll see how I use the waiting to deepen your identity, clarify your vision, and remove what would have hindered you if I answered too soon. You'll thank me not just for the outcome, but for the protection hidden in the process. Because what you whispered how much longer wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a seed of expectation. And I've been watering that seed with grace. And now that it has matured, it is bearing fruit. The days of wondering if I was listening are over. You're about to live in what you asked for when no one was looking. And when others see you step into the very thing they thought was lost, you'll carry the kind of humility that only grows from seasons where you whispered and still believe. So don't be surprised when the answers come quickly now. Don't resist when things begin to unfold without warning. You were never forgotten. You were being readied for a glory that couldn't be rushed. What you went through wasn't just hardship, it was enlargement. Every moment you felt pulled beyond your capacity. Every time it seemed like life stretched you past your ability to stand. I was expanding the borders of your soul to carry something greater than you imagined. The prayer wasn't to punish, it was to prepare. The strain wasn't meant to snap you, it was shaping you. You felt it in your spirit, like tension building, like something inside was being stretched far beyond comfort. But what you didn't see was the growth happening in silence. You cried, wondering why it felt like you were constantly being stretched but never released. You questioned why breakthrough was postponed while your endurance was pushed. And now I answer, because the blessing I was forming within you required a vessel strong enough to hold it. The stretching season wasn't endless, it had a purpose. And today I announce that it has reached completion. The expansion has fulfilled its assignment. You've been stretched, pressed, refined, and now I am bringing forth what was maturing in the shadows. You didn't realize how much was growing while you waited. You couldn't see the depth forming in your patience, the wisdom developing in your restraint, the power building in your silence. But I saw it all. I measured every layer of development. I marked the moments where you chose faith over frustration, surrender over strategy, trust over tactics. You didn't outgrow the promise, you grew into it. And now, the season of stretching gives way to the season of showing. You are about to witness the unveiling of what I've nurtured in the depths of your obedience. This is not a random bloom, it's the result of deep spiritual cultivation. You're not just entering a season of fruit, you're stepping into the evidence of invisible faithfulness. This next phase isn't about striving, it's about revealing. What once grew in secret will now be seen with clarity. The ideas that formed slowly will now come to life quickly. The prayers that went unnoticed by others will now produce results that cannot be denied. I let you be stretched so that when I revealed what was growing, it would have the space to thrive. What's coming wouldn't have survived in a small place, so I made room inside you before I manifested it around you. And now, because you didn't run from the stretch, because you didn't resist the pull, I am about to pour into you something expansive, something generational, something that will impact more than just your immediate needs. It will overflow. The stretching wasn't in vain, it was divine. You'll begin to feel it now. The internal release, a spiritual shift, the moment where pain turns into power, where pressure breaks into promise, where heaviness gives way to clarity. You'll no longer wonder why it took so long, you'll marvel at how quickly things begin to move now. The space inside you has been enlarged, and now heaven is filling what it carved out. There's no delay left to endure. The time of internal struggle has turned into external unveiling. And it will come with chaos, it will come with flow. You won't have to force it. The doors will swing. The opportunities will rise. The relationships will align. Because what's growing now has already been rooted deep in my timing. I need you to understand this is not small. This is not shallow. What I've cultivated in you was never meant to fit the boxes others tried to place you in. That's why the stretch was so intense, because the impact is so great. And now, you'll begin to walk in the release that only comes after the refining. You'll carry peace where you once carried tension. You'll speak with authority where you once felt unsure. And you'll notice how what once made you cry now fuels your calling. The stretching is over. The revealing begins. And everything that grew quietly will now be seen publicly, not for your glory, but as proof that I truly make all things beautiful in my time. You didn't realize it, but while others were making noise, you were being taught the language of heaven in silence. While the world rushed to be heard, I was shaping you to speak with weight. Your voice wasn't missing, it was being refined. You were never forgotten. You were being cultivated in the quiet, far from the distraction of applause and away from the temptation of superficial validation. That stillness wasn't emptiness, it was holy ground. It was where I deepened your convictions and stripped away the echo of opinions that tried to shape your identity. And now, because you let me refine you without a platform, I am giving you one that will not collapse under the pressure of exposure. The power I am releasing through you won't be born of volume, but of depth. You don't need to shout to be heard. What you carry will resonate from your very presence. Your words will pierce because they were formed through tears. Your message will shake hearts because it was chiseled in trials. Your silence was not wasted, it gave birth to substance. The world is full of noise, but what I've placed in you carries clarity. You didn't grow bitter the way you grew rooted. You didn't use your silence as a prison, you allowed it to become a sanctuary. And now that your roots have gone deep, your voice will rise with authority that no title could give. It is not charisma that I'm putting on display, it is anointing. It is not performance that will draw attention, it is the weight of my spirit resting on what you say, how you move, and who you touch. I taught you the value of restraint so you could walk in revelation. You learned how to listen before you spoke, how to discern before you responded, how to yield before you acted. Now, when you open your mouth, it will be as one who has been with me, not as one who rehearsed lines for recognition. The message you carry is forged in authenticity. The words that come forth will not be clever, they will be consecrated. And those listening will know the difference. You will not have to convince anyone of your assignment, it will announce itself through your presence. The maturity that bloomed in your isolation will become the very thing that ministers to others who are still navigating their hidden seasons. They'll ask how you remained still for so long, and you will answer not with pride, but with peace, because now you know that silence was never punishment. It was preparation for resonance. This is why your voice will cut through confusion. This is why your words will not be easily forgotten. Because they were not crafted to impress, they were birthed to impact. And now, the very areas where you once felt voiceless will become places of testimony. You'll find yourself speaking life where others only speak fear. You'll declare hope into rooms full of doubt. You'll speak identity over those lost in comparison. And it won't just be your words, it'll be the Spirit within them. Because I have filled your silence with sacred wisdom. The kind that doesn't need to be flashy to be effective. The kind that can break chains in a sentence, shift atmospheres with a phrase, and restore faith with a single whisper. I didn't just preserve your voice, I strengthened it. I didn't just protect your gift, I enhanced it. And now that the time has come, your voice will not rise with noise, it will rise with purpose. The maturity you carry now will be the reason you're trusted with what's ahead. And what's coming requires steady hearts, not loud ones. So speak now, my child. Speak with the grace that was formed in the quiet. Speak with the truth that came from waiting. Speak with the certainty that this is the time, and you are ready. What once developed in silence will now echo with strength. The hidden voice is about to be heard, and when it is, it will not just be a sound. It will be a move. You prayed with limited sight, but I prepared something beyond what your language could contain. You brought me honest requests, full of faith but framed by your current understanding, and while I received them with joy, I was never bound by them. I saw what you couldn't describe. I envisioned what hadn't yet entered your thoughts. While you were asking for provision, I was planning overflow. While you hoped for survival, I was creating space for significance. I don't simply respond to your petitions, I respond to the hidden hunger of your spirit, the longings too deep for words, the aching dreams you dared not speak aloud. And now, because you trusted me in the unseen, because you continued to believe without manipulating the outcome, I am releasing something that will exceed every category of what you thought was possible. I am not a God of barely enough. I am not a God of slight improvements. I am the one who restores with increase, who heals with wholeness, who gives in ways that make it undeniably clear. This came from heaven. What you are about to walk into was not assembled by your hands, it was crafted by mine. You'll find yourself receiving in areas you didn't even remember praying about, because I've been watching the parts of your heart you thought no one noticed. I have recorded the tears that fell with no audience. I've honored the sacrifices that cost you comfort and recognition. I've seen your private obedience, and now I'm responding with public reward. But not just what you expected, I'm giving you what you would have never dared to request. Because I am not limited by your expectations. My nature is generosity. My heart is abundance. I didn't shape you for average, I shaped you to reflect my glory, and that requires more than minimal answers. You asked for open doors, I'm building entire rooms. You asked for help, I'm sending alignment. You asked for a solution, I'm providing strategy, favor, and sustainability. What I'm about to unfold will make you pause in awe. It will make you step back and say, "This is too much," and I'll whisper back, "Exactly." Because I do not bless on a budget. I do not give based on what makes sense, I give based on what brings me glory. And nothing brings me more glory than blessing my children in ways that remind the world who I am. You see, this is why I didn't give it to you the moment you asked. Because the full measure wasn't ready. Because if I had released it too soon, it would have arrived without the weight of wonder. But now, it's time. And when it begins to pour out, you'll know this was not the result of striving. This was not the product of control. This was birthed in surrender and wrapped in divine perfection. I'm not just meeting your needs, I'm exceeding them with evidence of my heart for you. And as it comes, don't resist it. Don't minimize it. Don't try to explain it away. Receive it as what it truly is. A love letter in motion. A demonstration of what happens when a child of God dares to trust me with more than logic, with their whole heart. I know how to bless you in ways that heal. I know how to restore in a way that doesn't just return what was taken, but lifts you higher than you were before. I know how to deliver provision with peace and breakthrough with beauty. This is not just the fulfillment of a prayer, it's the beginning of abundance. and it will flow in every direction. You won't just be blessed, you will become a blessing. You won't just rise, you will raise others. Because I'm not doing this just for you, I'm doing it through you. So open wide. Make space. Clear room in your heart and in your life, because what's coming is more than enough. It's bigger than your prayers. It's greater than your plan. And it's exactly what I intended from the beginning. You were waiting for the door to open, praying for a single way out, a clear sign that the time had come. But what I've done is far greater than just opening one entry point. I've demolished every barrier that ever tried to contain you. The limits placed around you, whether by others, circumstances, or even your own doubts, have been dismantled. You're not boxed in anymore. You're not surrounded by ceilings of fear or borders built from disappointment. I've not only opened the door, I've broken the entire framework that once made you feel small, delayed, or invisible. This is not just an opening, it's a liberation. I am not just giving you a way through, I've given you space to expand, to rise, to take ground. No more pacing the floor waiting for a single opportunity. I've enlarged the territory around you so you can breathe without boundaries and move without permission. You've grown too large for the environment that once held you. You don't fit the container that once felt like your reality, because I've outgrown it with you. What once was a waiting room has now become a launchpad. I've broken the walls that stifled your purpose. The restrictions that told you to wait until you were ready enough have been exposed as lies. The people who tried to fence you in with their expectations can no longer define your movement. And even the internal walls you built to protect yourself from more disappointment have been lovingly torn down by my grace. You were never meant to live confined. You were created to walk in freedom that carries weight. This is not about escaping something hard, it's about stepping into something holy. I've removed every blockade that tried to convince you the door was the only hope. Because what I'm doing now doesn't require you to squeeze through narrow margins, it invites you to run in wide open space. I've not only made the door visible, I've destroyed the limits around it. I've removed false finish lines. I've torn down the expectations that came from comparison. I've eliminated the lies that told you what you could never be. This is not the time to peer out cautiously, it's the time to step forward boldly. You're not sneaking out of your old season, you're being ushered into your new one with authority. And with those walls gone, vision will come easier. Creativity will return. Peace will expand. The claustrophobia in your spirit will lift. You're not going to feel stuck anymore because you're not stuck. You're not surrounded. You're not waiting for someone to clear the way. I already have. And what's more, no one can build those walls back again. What I've broken stays broken. What I've cleared remains open. The season of shrinking to fit is over. The need to ask for room is behind you. Now I call you to occupy, to take space without apology, to walk fully into this release without trying to explain it to those who don't understand it. They didn't see the walls closing in on you. They didn't feel the tension of waiting for breakthrough. They didn't live the nights where you cried because it felt like the world was moving and you were boxed in. But I saw it all. And now, I've responded not with a crack but with a clearing. This isn't temporary, it's transformative. And you will feel the difference. You will feel light in your steps again. You'll feel breath in your chest that doesn't carry pressure. You'll feel the absence of resistance. Because I've made room not just around you, but within you. You'll look around and realize this is what it feels like when the walls fall. This is what it means to be free from what once restricted you. And now, as you move, you won't be negotiating with limits, you'll be navigating with grace. You're not looking for a way out anymore. You're walking in a land that has been cleared, blessed, and prepared for your arrival. So move, expand, stretch your faith, and take ground because there are no walls left to hold you back. The doors that are opening before you now are not held by hinges forged by human hands. They are not secured by systems that change with opinion, nor controlled by circumstances that waver with time. What I am unlocking now is guarded by my own authority, established in heaven, executed on earth, and sealed by my word. You've encountered seasons where doors opened and quickly shut. You've experienced moments when favor seemed to arrive, only to vanish before you could touch it. But this is not that. This is not an illusion. This is not fleeting access. This is divine clearance, a release from the highest courts of heaven, and it cannot be revoked. I am the one who opens and no one shuts. And when I say it's time, there is not a person, not a force, not a voice that can reverse it. What I'm giving you now is not just opportunity, it's ownership. I'm placing you in rooms that no one can pull you out of. You won't have to keep looking over your shoulder, wondering if this breakthrough will slip away like the last one. This is rooted. This is sustained. This is protected by covenant. And I want you to walk through this open gate knowing that it is me, not chance, not connections, not credentials that has made the way. I remove every veto. I've silenced every accuser. I've cut every rope the enemy tried to use to hold your movement hostage. No plot can dismantle what I've declared open. No agenda can block what I've set in motion. You've been through the doors that depended on people. You've watched them close without warning. You felt the sting of being excluded, forgotten, overlooked. But this time is different. This opening comes with assurance. You didn't force it open, it responded to your surrender. It didn't arrive through manipulation, it was delivered through alignment. Because you refused to bow to compromise, I'm now ushering you through gates guarded by angels, not gatekeepers. You won't have to prove your worth to anyone on the other side. Your obedience already did. You don't need to justify your presence. Your journey qualifies you. I've seen you remain faithful when no doors were moving. I've watched you worship in hallways that seemed endless. I know the cost you paid to stay pure, to stay hopeful, to stay yielded. And now I'm honoring that by placing you in a space that no one can touch, not to threaten, not to close, not to distort. What I've unlocked for you is not shared property, it's an inheritance. It's been written in the scrolls of destiny with your name etched into the purpose. This isn't just about access, it's about authority. You're not just stepping into something new, you're stepping into something secure. And that security doesn't come from man, it comes from me. I am your defender. I am your gatekeeper. I am your shield and your source. And what I say is open, stays open. The blessing that's unfolding now will not be rescinded. The alignment coming into your life will not unravel. The provision that's appearing won't dry up overnight. Because this time, it's been released in the fullness of time, not ahead, not behind, but precisely when the soil of your life was ready to hold it. And you'll feel the difference. The peace will remain. The favor will last. The connections will deepen instead of disappear. This is the kind of open door that can't be sabotaged. Not by your past. Not by their opinions. Not by insecurity. Because it's not standing on fragile ground, it's rooted in my decree. So walk through it boldly. Step into it like someone who knows this isn't just a chance, it's a calling. Don't second-guess your place. Don't wait for others to validate it. I've unlocked it, and no one can shut it. Not now. Not ever. What I open, I sustain. And what I bless, I protect. This is your moment, not just to enter, but to remain. You looked around and thought the moment had passed. You watched others move ahead, doors open for them, and breakthroughs unfold in front of you. And somewhere inside, the question whispered louder, did I miss it? But hear me clearly now. You did not miss what I ordained for you. Nothing that was truly yours has been lost. The timing that felt so out of sync was never abandonment, it was alignment. You weren't left behind, you were being brought into rhythm with something greater than what you originally envisioned. I didn't allow you to step into it when you first asked, not because you were undeserving, but because you were still being shaped into someone who could sustain it. The delay was not a denial. It was divine synchronization. I wasn't rushing to release what you weren't yet prepared to carry in full. I knew what it would take to stand under the weight of what's now being revealed. I knew what needed to mature in you: patience, discernment, clarity, surrender. And I was working all those layers into you not as punishment, but as protection. I would rather slow you down and see you thrive than watch you succeed in a season you were never built to hold. That's why it seemed like I was silent. That's why it felt like things passed you by. It was never a rejection. It was me holding the door until you were ready to walk through it in strength, not in survival. Until you could carry the assignment with grace, not just grit. You've been asking for the promise. I've been ensuring that once it comes, it stays. I'm not the God of unfinished stories. I don't tease with half-formed miracles. I finish what I start, and I prepare those I call. And now, because your heart has come into agreement with my process, because your will has bowed to my wisdom, the things I once withheld for your good are being released with favor. You were not passed over, you were being positioned. You were not forgotten, you were being prepared. And now the timing is no longer working against you, it's working for you. Watch how swiftly things begin to align. Watch how effortlessly doors begin to respond. You'll start to see how everything that once felt disjointed now falls into place with supernatural ease. It's the power of alignment. It brings rest where there was striving. It brings momentum where there was resistance. It brings peace where there was pressure. You'll know this time is different because it won't require the same kind of push. The weight you once felt is being replaced with flow. The burden is lifting. The clarity is returning. And the timing that once felt cruel will now become your testimony. You'll look back and say, "Now I understand." Because this season didn't come late, it came right when your soul was ready to honor it. I didn't just align circumstances, I aligned you. Your identity has been refined. Your vision has been cleared. Your posture has shifted from desperation to faith. And now that you're standing with your spirit rooted and your heart surrendered, I am unfolding what I've been holding until you were able to receive it well. This isn't a recovery, it's a right time release. And it won't just be a blessing, it will be a confirmation. You didn't miss your moment. You are stepping into it now, and nothing can delay what I've declared ready. Walk in it not as someone catching up, but as someone arriving exactly when heaven intended. This was always yours, but now, you're ready to receive it with the depth it deserves. You've sensed it, even if you couldn't explain it. It's subtle yet undeniable, stirring inside you. The weight that was heavy yesterday now lifting, the quiet confidence rising in you with no clear evidence around you. That's not wishful thinking. That's confirmation. The spiritual atmosphere has shifted. The pressure that once surrounded you like an invisible wall has loosened its grip. The resistance you carried in your chest has started melting, replaced by something lighter, something divine, something undeniable. What you feel deep in your soul is real. I've turned the page. You don't need to see the full picture to know that something has changed. You just need to recognize the weight of waiting is no longer sitting on your shoulders. The fog is lifting. The noise is quieting. The tension in the unseen is giving way to peace, clarity, and alignment. I've moved in realms beyond your reach, and now the ripple effect is touching your reality. You are no longer standing in delay, you're standing in divine momentum. And if you've noticed yourself praying differently, hoping more quickly, dreaming more boldly, it's because your spirit has registered what your eyes haven't caught up to yet. You're no longer just surviving the season, you're awakening to what it's shifting into. The dry places within are being watered. The closed places in your heart are opening up again. What felt numb is beginning to pulse with promise again. The shift isn't emotional, it's spiritual. It's me whispering to your innermost being. It's safe to believe again. It's time to move forward now. I've already done what needed to be done in the spirit realm. Now I'm aligning your senses to detect it, so you'll move when I move. And this is where discernment becomes essential. Don't look for proof in circumstances, look for confirmation in your spirit. I'm not waiting on the visible to verify what's already finished. I've shifted the spiritual climate, and now your atmosphere must respond. Doors that once resisted you are opening without you pushing. Conversations that never led anywhere are now filled with favor. Delays that made no sense are being reversed in moments. The things you tried to make happen before are now unfolding without force. And you will realize it wasn't that it wasn't time before, it's that I was preparing the fullness of time. And that time is now. Your spirit is accurate when it picks up that something has changed. You're not imagining it. You're not over-spiritualizing it. You're finally catching up to what heaven already announced. This is why you're waking up with expectation. Why peace is returning to your nights. Why you feel lighter without changing your environment. The shift is internal before it's external. And you are aligned. You are tuned in. You are positioned. And I need you to honor what you feel even when it contradicts what you see. Because this is where faith matures. When you walk not just by what you observe, but by what I've already told, your spirit is real. There's a fresh wind blowing, and you are in its path. A breeze of new beginnings, divine turnarounds, and impossible doors suddenly standing wide open. The atmosphere is full of expectancy, not anxiety. Movement, not stagnation. Purpose, not confusion. And this isn't just a seasonal change. This is a spiritual transition that redefines the landscape of your entire journey. You'll look back on this moment as the one where everything began to align. And it won't be because something around you shifted first, it will be because something inside you finally felt it and followed. So lean into that awareness. Trust that discernment. Let that peace guide your next steps. Because what you're sensing is not a false signal, it's a divine alert. I've moved, and now it's your turn. The atmosphere is ready. Your spirit is in tune. And this time, when you step, the ground will respond. There are moments in time when heaven intersects with earth, and today is one of them. This is not just another date on the calendar, this is a divine appointment written in the archives of eternity, and it bears your name. While you were wondering when things would shift, I was preparing a specific hour that would be marked not by coincidence, but by completion. I don't move according to random schedules, I move by revelation. And what I am revealing to you right now is that this moment is not general, it is targeted. It is precise. It is loaded with significance, and it is being released into your life as the turning point that realigns everything. You have waited long enough, labored in silence, obeyed without reward, and trusted me even when nothing around you looked promising. That was not ignored, it was documented. And now, the records of your faithfulness have activated a response that cannot be delayed. I have declared this as the moment when your waiting breaks into manifestation. Not partially, not vaguely, but fully, tangibly, undeniably. You've arrived at the set time. I didn't bring you this far to give you fragments, I brought you to this moment to release what has been reserved. There is a rhythm to fulfillment, and you stepped into its flow. This is not emotional excitement, this is spiritual execution. What was being aligned behind the veil is now coming into the light. I have orchestrated people, places, and events to collide with purpose, and that collision begins today. You may not feel different yet, but the evidence will follow. Conversations will shift. Doors will unlock. Unexpected invitations will arrive. You'll walk into rooms that have been waiting for you without your knowledge. You'll find yourself saying things like, I don't know how this happened so quickly, and I'll remind you because I declared it. Because this was always the moment I had in mind when others thought it was over. Because when I set an appointment, nothing can cancel it. On time, on trial, not trom. My word goes forth and does not return void. And this is my word over you now. Fulfillment is not coming, it has arrived. You are walking into things that were once too heavy to even hope for. You are stepping into what once seemed delayed indefinitely. And you're doing it not by force, but by favor. This appointment carries grace you didn't earn, doors you didn't open, and blessings that were custom-built during your nights of surrender. I chose this day, not because you finally became worthy, but because your spirit finally came into full agreement with my promise. You no longer need to beg for what's already been signed into motion. You don't have to wonder if you're prepared. I've equipped you. I've tested your heart, refined your motives, and increased your capacity. This fulfillment isn't arriving empty, it's coming with instruction, clarity, and continued elevation. And I will walk with you through every part of it. You don't have to fear the unfolding. I go before you, and I surround you. I've prepared this day with precision, and now I'm asking you to step into it with boldness. Don't treat it casually. Don't diminish its weight. Don't dismiss it as another passing opportunity. Recognize what it is: a divine confirmation that you are seen, known, and established. That what you waited for was not in vain. That what you dreamed in silence is being spoken aloud in real time. That what you once wondered would ever come to pass is standing right in front of you. This is not just a moment of change, it is the hour of manifestation. And it will not fade like a feeling. It will anchor like a foundation. Mark this day, not just in your memory, but in your spirit. Because this is the day I chose to fulfill what I promised. The waiting is over. The window is open. The declaration has gone forth. And nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop what I have appointed to begin right now. There are signals that don't come through your phone, headlines that don't flash across news screens, alerts that can't be tracked by earth's systems, and those have already been issued concerning you. In realms you can't yet see, the announcement has gone out. Angels have been assigned. Alignments have been activated. The divine message has already been released with one instruction: deliver what's been promised. While you were still praying, still wondering if things were stuck, the response had already been spoken in heaven's courts. What you've been believing for is no longer pending, it's in motion. Not because of pressure, but because of perfect timing. Not by accident, but by assignment. I didn't just hear your cries, I answered them by initiating the unseen movement you're about to witness in real time. What was once being delayed by spiritual resistance has now been released through divine order. The dispatch has gone out. The messengers have their charge. What I authored over your life is now leaving the waiting room and entering your present reality. And though it hasn't yet fully arrived in your hands, your spirit is already sensing the shift. That restlessness in your soul, the sudden return of anticipation, the stirring you can't quite explain, it's not emotion. It's a signal. It's evidence that something has left my hands and is approaching your life. What I am sending cannot be intercepted, cannot be diverted, cannot be delayed a moment longer. There's a divine urgency surrounding this delivery. It hath been authorized not by effort, but by my word. What you once feared was forgotten is now moving with purpose toward your door. These notifications aren't suggestion, they are decrees. They carry the full backing of heaven's authority. That job you thought was out of reach, notified. That healing you thought would never arrive, dispatched. That breakthrough that seemed too far gone, in transit. I am speaking over every area where you've held the line of faith, and I am now releasing confirmations not just in spirit, but in substance. You will begin to see physical signs that the spiritual realm has responded. You'll receive unexpected communication, favor from unfamiliar places, invitations you didn't apply for, doors you didn't even know existed swinging wide open. Don't ignore these moments. They are evidence that my word is active. They are proof that what I spoke in private is being made public. This isn't coincidence, it's the collision of your intercession with my timing. And I need you to posture yourself to receive. Not with fear, not with skepticism, but with bold faith. Open your hands. Open your heart. Open your expectation. Because what I've displayed comes with weight. It's not chow. It's not temporary. It's designed to stay. And you won't have to chase it down because it's been sent to find you. I know exactly where you are. I know the exact coordinates of your obedience. You're not lost in the crowd. You're not one among many. You're the one I called by name. The notifications of heaven are personal. They are precise. And they never return void. I've initiated the shift. I've spoken the release. Now you will begin to see signs that align with what you've held onto for so long. The answers you asked for in silence are now finding their way into the open. And they are coming with confirmation. I'm not just answering you in whispers, I'm about to answer you in ways that leave no doubt. You've waited well. You've endured quietly. And now, because the hour has come, the notifications have been sent to every realm necessary to ensure you step into what I promised. Watch closely. Pay attention. The divine dispatch is complete and what's headed your way is unstoppable. This isn't just compensation. This isn't a patch to cover what was lost. I'm not sending a partial fix or a quick resolution. I am bringing a complete and total reversal, something so profound it won't just restore your balance, it will change your entire direction. I am stepping into areas where you thought the damage was done, where the ending seemed written, where the pain had already left a permanent mark. But I don't deal in fragments. I work in fullness. I don't just clean up the mess, I transform the whole scene. Where there was lack, there will be overflow. Where there was failure, there will be fulfillment. Where there was sorrow, joy will rise with strength. What you thought was permanently lost is about to be rewritten by my hand. I have not forgotten a single detail of the injustice, the loss, the betrayal, or the delay. I have tracked it all not to punish but to reverse. Because what the enemy meant for harm, I have already purposed for redemption. I am not returning things to how they used to be. I am doing something that will look nothing like the past because I'm not restoring what was. I'm reversing what should never have been. This is not going to resemble what you lost. It's going to exceed it. It's going to silence every lie that told you it was over. Every no that wounded you will be swallowed up by the power of my yes. Every time you thought you missed the window, I was preparing a door no one could shut. And now I'm not just opening it, I'm pulling you through it with purpose. The story is turning. The sorrow is shifting. The chapter you almost tore out is about to become the most powerful proof of my faithfulness in your life. I do not respond with half measures. I do not rebuild with scraps. I build with glory. I release with intentionality. I heal in a way that leaves no residue of what once held you down. That's the kind of reversal I'm doing now. You will see it in relationships. What was once filled with silence or confusion will suddenly become filled with clarity, with reconciliation, with grace. You'll see it in your pavilion. Where doors were tightly locked, now opportunity will chase you. You'll see it in your purpose. What once felt aimless will now pulse with exhilaration. You will wonder how things changed so quickly, but you will know deep down it wasn't luck, and it wasn't effort. It was reversal. It was me doing what only I can do, flipping the outcome in a way that cannot be explained by logic or earned by works. It will happen without warning. It will unfold without a script. I will shift the tone of conversations. I will rewrite verdicts. I will take the very place that caused you pain and turn it into the platform from which you proclaim deliverance. This reversal is not subtle. It will be seen. It will be recognized. Not for your glory, but for mine. Because I want those around you to say, only God could have done this. I want it to be so evident that even those who doubted you will be silenced, not by your defense but by the results of my intervention. This is not a temporary boost. This is a permanent rerouting of your journey. You were headed for breakdown, now you're walking into breakthrough. You were standing under burden, now you will move in boldness. The chains have not only been broken, they are being turned into testimony. So prepare not for restoration alone, prepare for reversal. You're not returning to the past. You're being launched into a new place, one that carries the fragrance of redemption, the light of promise, and the weight of destiny. And as this reversal takes place, don't be afraid to let go of what you thought had to remain. Release the version of your story that was built around survival. You're no longer just enduring, you're advancing. I'm not just making it better. I'm making it new. And the kind of new I'm releasing will erase every memory of what tried to define you before this moment. You thought the valley was the ending. You mistook the low place for a detour, the shadowed path for a mistake. But what you couldn't see in the moment was that I was walking with you through that very place, not to keep you there, but to transform it into your proving ground. The valley was never a sentence, it was a setup. It was not your failure, it was your foundation. Every step you took while you couldn't see beyond the next breath was preparing the very story that's about to lift you higher. The suffering, the confusion, the battles fought in silence, they were not wasted. I was gathering it all, weaving it into a testimony that will speak louder than any storm you've walked through. What slowed you down then will now speed up others. The very pain you tried to hide will now carry prophetic weight. I'm not hiding what happened, I'm revealing my hand in the middle of it. Because I don't only use victories to elevate my people, I use valleys. I use the darkest hours to shape the most radiant glory. And I have chosen to take the place where you felt the most defeated and raise it up as the very evidence of my presence. This isn't about pretending it didn't happen. It's about exposing how I was present in it all. You didn't walk alone. You weren't left to figure it out without me. I was beside you when you questioned why you had to go through it. I was strengthening you when you thought it would never end. And now, I am turning the page not to forget the valley, but to show the fruit it produced. You see, what was growing in that low place wasn't visible to the world. It was hidden in dirt, watered by tears, and shielded by my silence. But the roots you established there will now support the rise I'm calling you into. You will not rise on talent alone, you will rise on testimony. And no one can take that from you. Because it was bought through persistence, carved through surrender, and sealed with endurance. What the enemy tried to label as shame, I am now branding as strength. You came through with more than survival, you came through with spiritual maturity. That valley trained your voice. It taught you to discern. It broke pride. It planted empathy. And now, when you speak, it will not just be with knowledge, it will be with authority born from experience. You'll lift others who are still in what you've already come through. You'll carry wisdom that can't be taught, only live. And that's why I'm raising you now, not in spite of what you endured, but because of it. The valley didn't ruin your future, it revealed it. It exposed what couldn't go with you, clarified what mattered, and positioned your heart to steward what's coming next. I will use what once brought you to your knees as the very thing that opens doors for others. I will take your deepest questions and turn them into declarations. I will take what once silenced you and give it a voice that sets others free. And you won't be ashamed of what you've walked through, you'll be grateful. Because you will see the evidence. You'll see how every scar became a source of strength. You'll see how every broken place became an entry point for my glory. The valley didn't delay your purpose, it defined it. And now, because you didn't run, because you didn't abandon the process, because you stayed when it was hard, I'm raising you with power that cannot be imitated. What once slowed you down is now launching you forward. The valley will be your elevation, not because it was easy, but because I was faithful. And what I'm about to do in your life will make it undeniable that even the lowest place has purpose in my plan. The time of guessing, second guessing, and endlessly wondering if you heard me correctly is coming to an end. I'm bringing an unmistakable clarity into your life, sharp, peaceful, immediate. Where confusion once lingered like fog, my voice will now come through like thunder wrapped in stillness. I've watched you cry out not just for answers, but for direction. You weren't just asking me to move, you were pleading for understanding. What do I do next? Where do I go from here? How do I step into what you've spoken? And though I was silent for a while, not because I ignored you, but because I was aligning your ears before releasing my words, now I am speaking again, and this time, you will know without question that it is me. The instructions I'm giving you won't require interpretation through fear, nor will they sound like riddles in your soul. They will come with the peace of my spirit and the precision of heaven. The steps you take next will not be rushed or chaotic, they will be steady, ordered, undeniable. I don't leave my children in darkness. I don't abandon them in the middle of their calling. When I ask you to move, I also provide the insight for how and when. And now that your spirit is ready, that your motives have been purified and your dependence rooted in me, I am pouring out the guidance that seemed missing for so long. What once felt like stumbling in the dark will now become walking in light. You will not have to knock on every door wondering which one is correct. I will lead you with clarity so sharp it cuts through every distraction. I'm removing the static. I'm quieting the noise. The voices of opinion, the comparisons, the endless internal debates, I am silencing them all so you can finally hear me clearly. And what I speak now will not only confirm what you sensed, I will show you the how, the who, and the when. I'm a God of details. I care about your decisions, your timing, your order. I won't just say go, I'll tell you where. I won't just say moo, I'll show you how. You've been faithful with little light. You've stayed close to me when it would have been easier to lean on logic. And because of that, I trust you with deeper direction. I can release greater instructions because your heart won't run ahead of me. You've learned to wait, and now I'm releasing wisdom. The kind that doesn't just open doors, but teaches you how to walk through them. Don't be surprised when my voice starts showing up in your spirit like sentences you didn't expect. You'll wake up with insight. You'll walk into rooms and know exactly what to say. You'll have ideas that didn't come from research, but revelation. This is not about information, it's about intimacy. Because the more you lean in, the clearer it will become. I'm not asking you to chase clarity, I'm giving it. I'm writing it on your heart. I'm making it plain, so plain even your questions will start falling silent in the presence of my instructions. You won't have to ask everyone else what to do, you'll know. Because I will make it that obvious. And when you follow, you'll see that clarity always brings confirmation. Doors will align with peace. People will align with purpose. Timing will align with grace. It won't be perfect in appearance, but it will be perfect in spirit. You'll sense the green light in your soul. You'll feel the rhythm of my movement guiding yours. This is the moment where confusion breaks and confidence rises. Not arrogance, but holy knowing. You've waited for instructions, and now the instruction is, prepare to walk with clarity. I'm not hiding anything from you, I'm inviting you to move forward with nothing but me as your map. And that, my child, is more than enough. You've spent so many seasons needing a sign, waiting for a word, looking for something, anything to reassure you that you weren't making the wrong move. And I honored that desire for confirmation, because I know how fragile faith can feel in its early stages. I watched as you prayed for clarity again and again, even after I had already whispered direction. I didn't scold you for it, I understood it. I knew you weren't being rebellious. You were just trying to be careful. You wanted to get it right. But now, everything has shifted. This is no longer the season where you need to beg for signs or seek validation from voices around you. You've matured beyond needing constant proof. And because of that, I'm releasing a wave of visible affirmation so strong, you won't have to chase confirmation, it will come running after you. It will find you in the most unexpected places. It will interrupt ordinary moments. You'll overhear someone unknowingly repeat the exact phrase I whispered to you in prayer. You'll read a line you weren't even looking for, and it will feel like thunder striking your soul. A stranger will unknowingly speak the sentence that brings your spirit to stillness. I'm causing confirmation to arise from every direction, not so you rely on it, but so you'll know you've been aligned. You won't move in confusion, wondering if you heard me correctly. You'll move with the quiet confidence that comes from walking in sync with my spirit. The echo of my voice will be unmistakable. You'll make a choice in faith, and suddenly it will be affirmed 3 times before the day ends. That's not a coincidence, it's a divine witness. I'm showing you that you're not guessing anymore. You're not wondering. You've stepped into a season of spiritual agreement, and that agreement unlocks visibility. What was once murky is now clear. Where you used to feel unsure, now you'll feel settled. You will no longer second-guess every step. Even when things don't make sense to your mind, your spirit will stand firm because it will be saturated with my presence. And others will begin to notice it, too. They'll ask how you became so calm. They'll wonder why you aren't seeking reassurance like you used to. And you'll smile, not because everything is perfect, but because you finally come to understand the sound of my confirmation. It's peace. It's doors opening without you knocking. It's people showing up that you didn't plan for. It's resources aligning right as the need arises. It's knowing without needing to explain how you know. I'm going to flood your days with reminders that I'm with you, not as a crutch for your faith, but as a companion to it. You won't have to seek for signs like you once did. You'll walk, and signs will follow. Not because you're demanding them, but because your life is now walking in cadence with heaven. And this won't be loud. It won't always be dramatic. It will feel natural, but unmistakably divine. This is how you'll know you've grown, because you'll stop asking for permission and start responding to presence. You won't be paralyzed waiting for someone else to confirm what I've already settled. You'll recognize that I have already signed off on what I'm asking you to walk into. You are not lost. You are not wandering aimlessly. You are not hoping you're on the right path. You've been faithful with small steps, and now I'm giving you strides. You've waited long enough, wrestled long enough, questioned long enough. Now, you're stepping into the kind of alignment where evidence follows obedience. I'm not just confirming the next step, I'm confirming who you are. You won't need to ask for signs when your life becomes one. You will be the confirmation others have been waiting for. And everywhere you go, everything you do will carry the imprint of divine assurance. No more striving for reassurance. No more chasing validation. You stepped into a new dimension, and confirmation will chase you there. For too long, it felt like you were invisible. You watched others be chosen, celebrated, invited, and elevated while you remained tucked away in the unseen places, wondering if anyone even noticed the depth you carried, the oil you protected, the fire you kept alive through countless nights of surrender. But I want you to know, child, you were never forgotten. You were hidden. Hidden, not because you were unworthy, but because what I was forming in you was too sacred to be exposed prematurely. I had to preserve it. I had to let it mature in silence, far from the eyes that would have judged the process without understanding the purpose. The veil wasn't punishment, it was protection. I wasn't trying to withhold you from opportunity, I was refining you for longevity. You weren't behind. You weren't overlooked. You were in my workshop, behind the curtain, while I shaped you into someone whose voice would not echo, but shift atmospheres. And now, the curtain is being lifted, not by your own strength, not by your effort to be seen, but by my command. I'm the one unveiling what I've deposited in you. I'm the one revealing what I've been building through the quiet years. You don't have to market what I've marked. You don't need to announce what I've already appointed. You just need to walk forward when I say it's time, and that time is now. What was once hidden is about to be revealed with divine precision. The world will see, not because you tried to be seen, but because I've declared it's time. Your voice will be heard not for attention, but because it carries substance that was birthed in obedience. Your steps will be noticed, not because of popularity, but because they are aligned with heaven's assignment. You will no longer feel invisible in the rooms I designed for you to influence. You will no longer question whether the gift inside you was ever going to matter. It matters now. It mattered then. And the season of hiddenness has completed its purpose. You were never buried, you were planted. And now the seed is pushing through the soil, breaking into sunlight, not with fragility, but with force. What's blooming now carries years of depth, years of oil, years of pressing. It's why what's coming won't fade. It wasn't built in a moment, it was shaped in the unseen. So when they begin to notice, when they begin to ask where you came from, don't shrink back. Don't deflect. Don't apologize for the doors that begin to open. Walk through them with quiet strength, knowing that this is not the result of ambition, it's the result of assignment. The unveiling is not about spotlight, it's about stewardship. I'm putting you where you're needed, where your words will heal, where your presence will shift the room, where your discernment will expose what's false and release what's true. And as you begin to move from hiddenness to visibility, I will keep you grounded. You won't be overwhelmed because you've already been anchored. You won't crave validation because you've already been affirmed by me. You won't chase approval because you've learned how to follow me in the dark, and now you'll lead others in the light. This unveiling is not for applause, it's for purpose. I'm not putting you in position to oppress, I'm positioning you to impact. And every time someone tries to fit you into a category, I'll break the box. Every time someone tries to define you by what they see on the outside, I'll release another layer of what I've hidden inside. This is not your moment of arrival, it's the revealing of what I've been building all along. So stand tall, not with pride, but with certainty. You were hidden for a reason. You were preserved for a time. And now, you are being revealed for a purpose far greater than you can even comprehend. There were moments when you thought no one saw the pressure you bore, the load you carried in silence, the heaviness that rested on your shoulders while your lips still whispered praise. People around you saw your composure, but only I saw the cost. They noticed your strength, but only I understood where it came from. You weren't just enduring life, you were carrying burdens that you couldn't explain, responsibilities that felt invisible, battles that never made it into conversation. But I was watching. Every silent prayer, every hidden tear, every time you held your ground when retreat would have been easier. And I say to you now, not one moment was missed. Not 1 ounce of that pain is being wasted. Because what felt like silent suffering was actually preparation. What you bore in secret was not pointless, it was prophetic. And now, I'm bringing you into a season where the weight you carried will become your platform, and the authority you developed in private will mark your every step in public. You won't need to announce yourself, your presence will carry the fragrance of someone who has overcome in hidden places. When you speak, it won't be from theory, it will be from encounter. When you lead, it won't be out of ambition, it will be out of anointing. The oil didn't come cheaply, and because of that, what you walk in now will not be surface-level influence, it will be depth, discernment, and destiny. I allowed the crushing so that you could carry more than charisma. I allowed the pressure so your faith would be pure, not performative. And now, that weight, the one that almost made you collapse, is transforming into something unshakable. Authority rooted in experience, compassion formed through fire, power born out of surrender. You'll walk into spaces and shift them, not because you demand attention, but because the spiritual weight you carry demands recognition. Even demons recognize weight. Even atmospheres respond to spiritual authority. And that's what you now carry, not borrowed strength, but forged substance. I am raising you up to lead with what you learned in private. Those who dismissed your quiet season will be astounded by the sound of your next one. Not noise but impact. Not noise but movement. Not noise but healing. Because what was once wide struggle has become deep spiritual equity. And I will use it all. I will take the prayers you whispered in fear and turn them into declarations of freedom for others. I will take the nights where you didn't sleep and birth through you strategies that break generational cycles. I will take the battles no one applauded and make them the blueprint for those trying to survive. You won't need to strive for influence, it will find you. You won't have to fight for space, I've already made room for your voice. You won't have to pretend to be ready, I've made you ready through the refining. And what's coming won't crush you, because the weight you once carried has made your shoulders strong enough to hold what I'm placing on them now. This is not random recognition. This is divine promotion. And it's not for show, it's for service. I'm elevating you to lift others. I'm giving you voice so you can be a vessel. I'm releasing you into visibility because the world needs what was developed in your invisibility. So don't hide what you survived. Don't bury what I've redeemed. Don't shy away from what I've built through brokenness. Your private weight has become your public mantle. Your scars have become your authority. And your walk will now reflect the fullness of everything we walked through together. Not a moment was wasted. And now, I'm calling you to rise not as someone looking for recognition, but as someone who knows they've been sent. You remember the seasons where you trembled at the thought of what stood ahead. You remember how certain rooms made you feel small, how certain challenges made your knees shake. You recall how voices louder than yours made you question whether you belonged in the spaces you were called to. And yet, through it all, you kept coming. Even when insecurity tried to drown your purpose, even when fear tightened around your confidence, you kept walking, kept praying, kept obeying. You didn't always feel brave, but you showed up. And what you didn't realize was that each time you moved forward despite the intimidation, I was building something invisible yet undeniable: spiritual authority. You thought you were barely making it through, but I was training your spirit to carry something heavier than the fear: dominion. Now, the very places that once overwhelmed you will respond to you differently. Why? Because you're no longer walking in needing to prove yourself, you're walking in knowing who you are. The fear didn't destroy you, it exposed where your identity was still being shaped. And now that identity is firm. Not in pride, but in rootedness. Not in performance, but in presence, my presence. You no longer approach the battle hoping to survive. You step into it knowing it must shift when you arrive. Because you're not walking alone. You're not walking timid. You're walking in the name of the one who has already conquered every enemy and who now lives and breathes through you. Intimidation loses its grip when revelation takes its place. And what I'm revealing now is this: the very giants that once threatened you will fall without a fight. Not because they've grown smaller, but because you've grown stronger. Your spirit has matured. Your discernment has sharpened. Your eyes are no longer fixed on the size of the opposition, but on the authority of your position. You're not operating from the ground, you're moving from the throne room. Heaven has backed you, and the atmosphere will recognize that. Demonic interference that once confused you will now flee in silence. Voices that used to throw you into spirals will have no power to touch your peace. Circumstances that once stole your sleep will now become soil for miracles. You won't just endure the things that intimidated you, you'll carry such unshakable peace that they'll start to shift before you'd even speak. Because true spiritual authority isn't loud. It's not about volume. It's about weight. And you carry weight now, weight that was forged in hiddenness, through obedience, through surrender, through every yes you whispered in the dark when fear begged you to say no. And that weight isn't going anywhere. I've placed it on you to stand, to speak, to shift. Not for self-glory, but for the establishment of my kingdom in every space I send you into. From now on, when you walk into places that once made your heart race with fear, you'll feel something different. The ground will respond to your arrival. Not because you demand it, but because heaven recognizes its own. You're no longer entering places just to survive, you're entering to shift things. You'll notice how rooms settle, how conflict unravels, how chaos ceases. You'll realize that it's not about how you feel, it's about what you carry. And what you carry now can't be ignored. Not because of your personality, not because of human qualifications, but because I've placed something eternal inside of you that speaks louder than fear ever could. So stop tiptoeing into places you were born to occupy. Stop measuring yourself against standards I never asked you to meet. You are not behind. You are not beneath. You are appointed. And where you once felt powerless, you'll now walk with certainty. Because what once intimidated you will now submit to what I've placed in you. Not out of fear of you, but because of reverence for what walks with you. And what walks with you is me. There were seasons when it felt like every door stayed shut no matter how hard you knocked. Every opportunity slipped through your fingers the moment you reached for it. And every prayer seemed to land in silence. You tried everything you knew: obedience, prayer, fasting, surrender, and yet still, the access you longed for remained just beyond your grasp. It wasn't that you lacked faith. It wasn't that you weren't willing. It was that the time was not yet appointed. But now, I tell you this with certainty and finality: the resistance has been removed. What was once locked away is now being released, not with struggle or delay, but with open hands and divine flow. You are no longer pushing against something sealed. I have commanded it to open, and it is yielding. There is no force that can keep what I've set in motion from reaching you. No wall can remain standing against a word I have declared fulfilled. The vaults of favor, strategy, and divine resource are being unsealed. What once required relentless effort will now respond to your presence, not because of who you are in the natural, but because of the authority I've established in you through the waiting. The closed doors didn't reject you, they were held for the moment your spirit could carry what's on the other side. And now that moment has come. You'll begin to notice that the places which once ignored you are now calling your name. The opportunities that once denied you are now preparing to receive you. There's no need to rehearse arguments or prepare to convince others. You won't have to prove you belong. The grace that goes before you is enough. I have touched the hearts of decision makers. I have softened systems that were rigid. I have cleared paths that were once too complex to navigate. And you will know it's me because of how easily the things that once felt impenetrable will now open without explanation. This is not about your effort, it's about my timing. And the timing has shifted. What was inaccessible is now visible. What was protected is now being presented. This is your time, not just to step in but to take hold. Not timidly, not cautiously, but with full expectation. You are not trespassing, you are inheriting. And the inheritance will fit you perfectly because it was designed with your surrender in mind. It wasn't just waiting to be opened, it was waiting for you to be ready. And now you are. The process you endured was not wasted. Every delay was shaping your capacity. Every disappointment was increasing your hunger. Every closed season was stretching your vision. And now, the doors that once resisted your knock will not only open, they will remain open. What I release, I sustain. What I place in your hands, I equip you to steward. You will not have to hold it in your strength. You will not have to grasp with anxiety or guard it with fear. I am giving it to you fully, and I am giving it to you with peace. Watch how the access flows. Watch how answers come. Watch how the weight of trying lifts as you walk into what I've prepared without needing to force a thing. This is the difference between striving and stepping into my timing. And now that you are in sync with my rhythm, access is not something you have to earn, it's something you walk in. So take the key. Not a key made by men, but a key made from faith, persistence, and my covenant with you. Use it not to pry open what I've already unlocked, but to walk in without fear. Because what was once locked is now available. What was withheld is now extended. And what was hard to reach is now being placed directly in your hands. You've walked through seasons where my voice seemed distant, where even your most desperate prayers echoed with no reply. You waited, listened, and searched for direction, and still, nothing seemed to come through. And in that silence, the enemy tried to lie, telling you that I was absent, that you were forgotten, or that your voice didn't reach me. But I tell you the truth now. I was not ignoring you. I was constructing clarity. I was allowing the silence to strip away the noise, to quiet the external so I could develop something internal that would not be shaken. And now that your heart has been softened by stillness and your spirit has been trained in patience, I am ready to speak again, but not in riddles. I will speak with clarity. I will speak with precision. The instructions that once seemed withheld will now begin to flow like rivers. I am giving you insight, direction, and understanding, not just for what is next, but for how to navigate what's unfolding now. This is not just about a single decision. I'm delivering a divine blueprint. What confused you before is about to make sense in rapid succession. You won't need to beg for answers, they will begin arriving in waves. Where you once had to strain to hear, you'll now simply lean in and know. I'm speaking through impressions that won't leave your spirit, through scripture that burns with sudden relevance, through confirmations that will feel too direct to ignore. You will find that my voice is not only returning, but it's louder than it's ever been. Not loud in volume, but loud in weight. Every word will feel anchored. Every instruction will carry power. You will walk differently, not because of what's around you, but because of what I'm placing within you. The internal compass you longed for is being activated now. You're no longer navigating by guesswork. I'm setting your path with clarity that will cut through hesitation like light through fog. The places where you once paused, unsure of what to do, will now become spaces where you move with conviction. Not because every detail will be visible, but because my peace will confirm the path. I am rebuilding your confidence in hearing me. I'm teaching you again how to trust the whisper, how to recognize when it's me and not fear, when it's purpose and not pressure. You'll begin to journal again, not with questions, but with answers. You'll begin to rise with strategies you didn't think to ask for. And it will feel supernatural, because it is. I'm not just giving you generic direction, I'm giving you tailor-made instruction. What worked for others won't be required of you, because your path is different, your call is unique, and my instructions will match what I've placed inside of you. Others may not understand. They may question why you're doing things a certain way, but you will know. You'll know it's me. Because I'm not speaking to impress the crowd, I'm speaking to lead you where only you are called to go. And as you obey, you'll find the ground firm beneath your feet. The steps will not shake. The outcomes will not disappoint. I am not just speaking to your ears, I'm speaking to your future. I am unfolding answers not just for now, but for where I'm taking you next. The silence has done its work. It refined your hearing. It detoxed your dependency on noise. And now, you are ready to recognize me without confusion. The stillness is ending. The instructions are coming. And you will walk with a wisdom that surpasses your natural understanding. So write it down. Follow it closely. Don't delay when I say move. Don't overthink what I've made clear. What once felt like a silent test is now becoming a spoken path. I am directing you again. And this time, you will not doubt that it is me. The waiting didn't just shape the outcome, it shaped you. While you were hoping I was building what you prayed for, I was also building someone who could hold it. You once believed the delay was about what hadn't happened around you, but in truth, it was about what needed to happen within you. The blessing was never far off, but you were still becoming the person who could steward it without collapsing under its weight. And now, I say this with certainty, the transformation is complete. You are not who you were when you first asked. You have been refined in silence, purified in surrender, trained in pain, and strengthened in seasons where nothing seemed to grow. But you grew. Not in ways others could measure, but in the ways I've been watching all along. And that's why what's coming next is not arriving randomly. It's arriving because you've become someone who can carry it deeply, wisely, and faithfully. I'm not just handing you the answer to your request, I'm placing upon you a mantle that reflects the growth born in your hidden obedience. You no longer crave the spotlight, you crave my will. You no longer chase outcomes, you pursue me. And because of that, what I place in your hands will not become an idol. It will become a tool, a key, a legacy. This is why the blessing will remain, because your identity is no longer tied to its arrival. I've severed the attachments that once distorted your motives. I've stripped away the fear that once shaped your prayers. You now move not from desperation, but from confidence, not in yourself, but in me. And that's what makes this moment so powerful. Because now, the promise won't just feel like a dream come true, it will feel like a responsibility you were created for. You will no longer fear it slipping away. You will no longer panic at the thought of not being ready. Because you are ready. You may still feel uncertain, but I see you clearly. You've been tested. You've been pressed. You've been obedient when no one applauded. You've surrendered when everything inside you wanted control. And that surrender became the soil that produced the strength now rising inside of you. So when the fulfillment lands in your lap, do not shrink. Don't second guess. Don't disqualify yourself with old language and broken mindsets. Speak like one who has walked with me. Move like one who's been shaped by fire. Take hold of the promise like someone who knows what it cost to reach this place. You won't have to convince anyone of your readiness. The way you carry it will speak for itself. The way you treat people in the midst of favor. The way you remain anchored when things accelerate. The way you give when you have more than enough. That's what I've built in you, the ability to remain faithful in abundance, not just in lack. I didn't just test your waiting, I tested your heart in silence. And now, I'm entrusting you with the fulfillment, not because the journey is over, but because it's about to begin on a new level. You are being trusted with something holy. What you carry will change lives. The way you walk will open paths for others. The way you speak will unlock healing. This is no longer about arrival, it's about assignment. So take the promise, not as a prize but as a baton. You're not holding it for your own glory, you're running with it for my purpose. And I will run with you. You are not alone. You are not unqualified. You are not unsure. You are appointed. You are anointed. And most importantly, you are ready. The promise has been prepared, but now, so have you. Walk in it with authority. Hold it with humility. And watch what happens when fulfillment meets maturity. What once shattered you, what once left you weeping in the dark, what you thought would mark you forever as wounded, I am now turning into wells of wisdom for others to drink from. You see, nothing you walked through was ever wasted. Even the moments you begged me to remove, even the chapters you wanted to erase, I was present in all of it, not as a distant observer, but as a loving father, collecting every tear and shaping every scar into testimony. You were not broken to remain broken. You were broken to be rebuilt stronger, softer, and more surrendered. And now, those very places where pain once ruled will become the platforms I use to pour healing into those who are still walking through what you already survived. You don't have to pretend you've always been whole. You don't need to hide the places you once bled. I'm not asking you to wear a mask of perfection, I'm asking you to stand in your truth and let me speak through it. Because real power doesn't flow from pretending, it flows from authenticity wrapped in grace. And that's exactly what you carry now. Not because you planned it, but because you stayed through the storm. You let me teach you in the trial. You let me hold you in the torment. You didn't run away from me, even when you didn't understand me. And for that, I am raising you now as a vessel of compassion, someone who can look another in the eye and say, I know. I've been there. And I didn't just survive, I encountered God there. The places you used to avoid talking about are now becoming wells of life for someone else. That anxiety you once battled in secret, I'll use it to speak peace to the anxious. That grief that once paralyzed you, I'll use it to breathe comfort into the broken. That season of betrayal that once consumed you, I'll use it to break chains off someone still stuck in bitterness. You don't need a pulpit to preach. Your life will be the message. You won't need eloquence to convince anyone. Your healing will speak for itself. I am turning every piece of what was meant to destroy you into the very reason others will discover hope. Your transparency will disarm shame. Your testimony will displace fear. Your scars will shine with redemption, not regret. This is why I didn't let you quit. This is why I carried you through when you had no more strength to walk. Because I knew what was coming. I saw the people who would need what I was building in you. I heard the prayers of those whose healing would be tied to your honesty. And now, I'm calling you not to hide your history, but to release it with wisdom. Not for attention, but for transformation. I'm asking you to pour where you once bled, to speak where you were once silenced, to extend your hand into places that once trapped you, and pull others out with grace. You will not minister from a pedestal, you will serve from the place of shared experience. And that will be your power. Because they would see someone untouchable, they'll see someone real. And they will encounter me through the way you love, the way you listen, the way you no longer flinch at brokenness because you've seen what I can do with it. Your redemption isn't just a gift to you, it's a light for others. I've built a fire in you, not just to keep you warm, but to guide others home. You don't have to be perfect, you just have to be willing. And you are. That's why you're still standing. That's why you're reading these words right now. Because it's time. The pain has been processed. The healing has begun. And now, the release has come. I will use what once crushed you to rebuild others, and they'll know, because of your story, that no place is too far, no wound too deep, and no life too broken for me to restore completely. You didn't recognize it while you were walking through the pressure, but there was a quiet strength growing inside of you all along. It didn't look like power at first, it looked like endurance. It looked like tears you wiped away before anyone could see them. It looked like getting out of bed when your soul felt too tired to move. It looked like whispering prayers when your voice trembled with uncertainty. That was not weakness, that was sacred resilience forming in the unseen places of your heart. You thought you were holding on by a thread, but what I was doing in you was anchoring something eternal, something immovable, something that could not be shaken no matter what came against it. And now that the weighting has lifted, that strength is rising not as noise but as stillness, not as shouting but as quiet confidence. It's a kind of strength that doesn't demand attention, but carries weight. It's the strength that walks into rooms and shifts the atmosphere without uttering a word. You didn't gain it by rushing. You gained it by resting in me when everything else was uncertain. You let my presence sustain you when answers were scarce. You let my hand steady you when outcomes were unpredictable. And I never stopped watching. Every moment you chose to keep believing instead of giving up became the soil in which your spiritual muscles formed. Now, the fruit of that formation is ready to be seen. You're not the same. And even if you haven't noticed it yet, those around you will. They'll sense it in your decisions. They'll feel it in your peace. They'll hear it in your words, now rooted with maturity. You don't react the way you once did. You don't panic at the first sign of resistance. You no longer need external approval to validate what I've spoken to your spirit. This is the strength I've been developing in the background, and now I'm bringing it to the forefront. Because what's coming requires more than visibility, it requires stability. And you, my child, have become stable. You have become someone I can trust with more. Not because you've perfected the journey, but because you remained when it would have been easier to retreat. You grew deeper when most only grow louder. You found me in the silence, and now you walk with the kind of strength that only comes from intimacy. This is the strength that will carry your next season, not your skills, not your strategies, but the inner fortitude that came from leaning on me, not leaning on understanding. And the beauty of it is this: you didn't even know it was happening. Like a seed planted in darkness, you were being formed beneath the surface while no one clapped, while no one cheered. But I was there. And now, just as a tree breaks through the soil when the roots are ready, your strength is breaking through your life not to impress, but to uphold. You'll be surprised at what no longer intimidates you. You'll notice how much doesn't shake you anymore. You'll catch yourself responding with wisdom you never had before. That's not coincidence, that's harvest. The strength I've developed in you will sustain the weight of what I'm releasing to you. This is not seasonal strength, it's foundational. It won't waver when conditions shift. It won't collapse under pressure. It will remain. Because it wasn't built in comfort, it was built in communion. And now, it's time to walk in it. Not arrogantly, but unapologetically. Don't deny it. Don't downplay it. This strength is part of the evidence that you've been with me. It's part of the proof that you've waited well. So move forward not as someone hoping they can handle what's ahead, but as someone who's already been prepared to stand in it. The strength I gave you in private is now going to carry you in public. What once stretched you has now formed you. And what once nearly broke you has now built you into someone who is ready to lead, love, lift, and last. You may not have noticed it yet, but the shift isn't just internal, it's affecting everything around you. The spaces you step into, the conversations you enter, the people who interact with you, they are all beginning to respond to something deeper taking place within you. It's not because your voice got louder or your actions became bolder. It's because your spirit has come into alignment with my authority. And now that authority is radiating through every word you speak and every step you take. You're no longer walking in fragmented confidence. You're moving with the certainty of someone who's been given heaven's backing. The change wasn't cosmetic. It was foundational. And when the foundation shifts, the entire landscape adjusts. What used to dismiss you will now take notice. What once tried to diminish your value will now recognize your assignment. Not because you demand attention, but because my power is flowing through you in a way that cannot be ignored. You're not trying to force influence. You're simply releasing presence. My presence. And where my presence goes, things change. Not gradually, instantly. When I place my authority inside someone who has been refined by fire and taught to carry it with humility, the atmosphere bows to what they carry. You're now carrying that kind of weight, not manufactured, not shallow, but real spiritual density that shifts rooms before you speak. That's why people are pausing when you enter. That's why situations feel different when you show up. It's not intimidation, it's recognition. The enemy recognizes the spirit that's been built in you, and he knows he can no longer manipulate what used to distract you. You've become a threat, not because of your ability, but because of your surrender. That kind of yieldedness opens doors no man can shut. And now, the atmosphere must respond. The chaos that once thrived around you is losing its grip. The confusion that swirled in relationships and decisions is beginning to dissipate. Clarity is rising. Peace is settling. Discernment is sharpening. Not because everything externally changed, but because what you carry now shifts everything internally wherever you go. And don't be surprised when people start coming to you not for answers you memorized, but for wisdom they can feel. The truth is, they won't even know why they're drawn to you. But I'll know. I've placed light inside you that pushes back darkness without announcement. You've become a carrier of my atmosphere. Not because you've mastered anything, but because you allowed me to master your dependence. That's the kind of vessel I move through. That's the kind of spirit I rest upon. The ones who know their strength comes from me and me alone. And now, every step you take is not just movement, it's impact. Don't downplay it. Don't brush it off. You've paid the price in secret to carry this weight in the open. And now that the atmosphere is responding, walk with awareness. Speak with reverence. Love with precision. Because everything you do now carries influence beyond what the eye can see. Even your silence speaks. Even your stillness shifts. And that's what authority truly is, not controlling people or environments, but transforming them through presence. And that presence isn't a momentary feeling, it's a lifestyle of overflow. You've learned how to abide. And now watch what begins to multiply. Opportunities will begin to locate you. People of peace will begin to seek you. Environments will begin to feel different because you were there. This is not hype, it's holy. This is not reaction, it's revelation. The authority I've placed in you has outgrown the shell of fear and insecurity, and it's now visible to realms you don't even realize are watching. So walk carefully, not with fear, but with reverence. You are no longer just passing through life, you are setting divine order wherever I lead you. What's inside of you is shifting the air around you. And that, my child, is only the beginning. You thought this was about managing what you already held, about simply seeing the fulfillment of the same prayers you've prayed for years. But I'm here to tell you I'm not only increasing the weight of your assignment, I'm enlarging the reach of your purpose. The borders of your influence are being pushed out. The limits that once felt immovable are no longer your ceiling. You've been faithful with the territory I entrusted to you, and now I am extending your borders not for status, not for platform, but for kingdom impact. This expansion isn't about ambition, it's about alignment. Because what I've placed inside you is not just for a small circle. It was never meant to remain confined. The growth in your spirit, the wisdom forged in your wilderness, the compassion formed through your brokenness, it's all about to reach further than you expected. You're not just stepping into something more, you're being sent into something bigger. And with this expansion comes responsibility. Not to perform, not to oppress, but to remain rooted. Because while I stretch the reach of your calling, I will not stretch it beyond your foundation. You've been hidden long enough to know the difference between being seen and being sent. You will not fall for the temptation to chase opportunities. I will bring the right ones to you. And when they come, you'll recognize that it's not about being qualified by men, it's about being positioned by me. I don't expand for entertainment. I expand for assignment. And the places I'm sending you into now are not random, they are connected to your history, your wounds, your healing, your voice. I've been preparing the ground long before your feet ever touch it. And because of that, you will not have to strive to enter. The door will swing open without resistance. But don't expect the stand-in to look like comfort. It will stretch your trust. It will demand your dependence. But it will also confirm that you were made for more than where you've been. You were not created to stay confined to the familiar. That's why the restlessness grew, That's why what once satisfied you no longer fits. It wasn't rebellion, it was revelation. Your spirit was sensing the increase before your eyes could see it. And now, what was once a longing is becoming reality. I am calling you into new arenas, new spaces, new dimensions of purpose that will require every ounce of what we built in the quiet seasons. You won't need to pretend you know what you're doing. You'll simply need to stay close to me, because I'm guiding the expansion. I will show you who to connect with, when to speak, what to release, and when to rest. You won't have to figure it all out. You'll move as one who is being led, not one trying to lead everything. That's the posture of this expansion. Humility and authority walk hand in hand. And as I expand where you're called, I will also expand what flows through you. Your prayers will carry more weight. Your presence will bring peace. Your insight will unlock people. Your obedience will break chains. This isn't exaggeration, it's impartation. You're stepping into a new level of spiritual effectiveness, not because you demanded it, but because I've declared it. And no one will be able to deny that you've been with me. That's what happens when I expand someone who has been faithful with a little. I give them more, not to crush them, but because they've shown they can carry it with grace. So do not fear the stretching. Do not panic when the territory feels unfamiliar. You are not stepping outside of grace, you are stepping further into it. And I will be with you in every room, every conversation, every decision. You are not alone in this expansion. I've gone before you, and I will walk beside you. The field is larger now. The reach is broader. The impact is greater. Because the call on your life has matured, and now I'm expanding its reach to match the strength of the one who carries it. There was a time when your heart silently longed for recognition, not because you were seeking fame, but because you wanted confirmation that your obedience mattered. You gave in secret. You loved when it was inconvenient. You showed up when no one else did. And when it felt like the world passed by your quiet sacrifices, it created a tension between wanting to remain humble and needing to know it wasn't all invisible. But I was watching the entire time. And while you were fighting the temptation to prove yourself, I was preparing the kind of purpose that doesn't require being seen to be significant. I never created you to chase attention, I designed you to carry impact. And now, the shift has come. You're stepping into a season where visibility is no longer your prayer, effectiveness is. You no longer crave the platform, you crave the presence. And because your desire has matured, I am positioning you in spaces where your influence will stretch far beyond what recognition ever could. I'm aligning you with people who aren't impressed by appearances, but are hungry for authenticity. I'm placing you in assignments where fruit matters more than fame. You are being planted not for applause, but for harvest. And the harvest that's coming through your life is the result of years of underground growth. You don't have to wonder whether you're ready. Your roots say you are. You've dug deep into truth. You've learned how to withstand storms without needing validation to keep going. You've developed endurance in obscurity. And that's exactly what qualifies you now, not perfection, but preparation. The season you're entering won't be about striving to be noticed, it will be about staying focused on what you're called to deliver. There's no pressure to perform. No need to prove. I'm removing the remnants of insecurity that once made you question if your voice mattered. It does. But now you speak not from a place of needing to be heard, but from knowing you've been assigned. You won't have to interrupt to find space in the conversation. I've already made room for your sound. You'll see how things begin to open, not because you forced them, but because you finally stopped trying to open them and allowed me to. The people I'm drawing to you in this next phase aren't interested in performance, they're desperate for substance. And you have it. Not because you memorize it, but because you live it. You carry experience, not just information. You carry anointing, not just opinions. That's why I hid you. That's why I took my time with your release. Because what I'm doing through you now can't be rushed. It needs to be rooted in a foundation that doesn't collapse when opinions shift or applause fades. I'm giving you the kind of influence that changes lives, not just moments. The kind that moves hearts, not just emotions. And the reason it will last is because it doesn't come from self, it flows from surrender. I've broken the old cycles of comparison. I've healed the areas that once made you chase after things that were never meant to define you. And now, I am positioning you with clarity and with calm. You'll know where you belong without doubting your presence. You'll feel peace in rooms that once made you anxious. And you'll find joy in being effective even when it's quiet, because now you know that effectiveness doesn't always come with a spotlight. Some of the greatest moves of heaven happen in rooms the world never sees. And yet, eternity feels their impact. That's the space I'm entrusting to you now. You'll walk in and things will shift, not because you announced yourself, but because what you carry speaks louder than noise. This is your call, not to fight to be seen, but to be faithful where I place you. And as you walk in this new posture, I will make sure the right eyes see what's needed, the right hearts are moved, and the right doors respond, not because you knocked, but because you carried what I gave you well. There was a season when the weight you carried couldn't be seen by those around you. You tried to put it into words, but they didn't understand. You attempted to share your struggle, but it was met with silence, misunderstanding, or dismissal. You wondered why the pain you bore seemed invisible, why the heaviness felt so personal, so isolating, so deep. And yet, through every moment of unseen suffering, I was watching. I didn't need an explanation. I knew exactly what was sitting on your shoulders. I knew how much you were carrying and how little strength you felt you had left. And I wasn't just observing, I was strengthening. I was shaping the unseen places of your spirit into something so real, so durable, that even though no one could fully comprehend what you were navigating, I was writing every moment into the foundation of a future testimony. And now, the time has come where what once had to be explained will not need words at all. The breakthrough will speak. The transformation will declare what the battle could never articulate. The evidence of my faithfulness will remove the need for defense. The shift will be so clear, so visible, so undeniable that even those who once questioned you will be left speechless. I'm not bringing vindication so you can boast, I'm bringing manifestation so you can witness how nothing you endured was in vain. The tension you carried, the waiting you withstood, the nights you laid awake wondering if the struggle would ever end, it all carried purpose. And that purpose is now breaking forth in full view. You won't need to justify why you didn't quit. You won't need to explain why you stayed faithful when others walked away. You won't have to revisit the pain trying to make it make sense for others. The fruit will speak for itself. The glow on your face. The peace in your decisions. The joy that returns without effort. The open doors you once only dreamed of. All of it will point directly to me, not as an idea, but as a deliverer. You are entering a season where your life will become the sermon. Not because of what you say, but because of what I've done. And even those who once misunderstood your silence will begin to recognize the sound of my spirit resting on you. They won't just see a person who made it through, they'll see someone who was refined by fire and came out without the smell of smoke. I've been preparing this breakthrough not just as a blessing to you, but as a witness to others. There are people who need to know that I still come through, that I still lift burdens, that I still honor long seasons of unseen obedience. And I've chosen your story as a canvas to paint that truth upon. This breakthrough is more than restoration, it is revelation. It is me revealing how intentional I've been, how detailed my timing was, how perfectly the puzzle fits when you allow me to hold the pieces. You won't just feel relief, you'll carry revelation. You'll understand things in hindsight that no amount of reasoning could explain in the moment. And from that place of understanding, I will give you a voice not to justify the past, but to empower the future of others. You'll speak with clarity not because you memorized it, but because you lived it. You'll walk in authority not because you earned it, but because you carried weight that was never seen. And I will use it all. I'll take the very things that once made you feel isolated and use them to bring others into intimacy with me. No burden you carried in secret will be wasted. And no silent prayer went unheard. And now, as the breakthrough rises, don't feel the need to explain it, just walk in it. Let the light speak where words once failed. Let the transformation reveal what tears once tried to describe. The time of needing to be understood has passed. Now comes the time of being established. Let the breakthrough speak. You pleaded for answers in the dark, whispering your questions into the silence, hoping for even the smallest indication that I was near. You weren't asking for comfort alone, you were asking for clarity. You didn't want shallow reassurances. You wanted understanding. What do I do next? Am I still in your will? Why does it feel so still, so uncertain? And though it felt like you were walking through fog, I was there closer than your breath. I didn't abandon you to confusion. I was teaching your spirit to rely on something stronger than sight. Because clarity is not always immediate, and direction does not always come wrapped in thunder. Sometimes it forms slowly, layer by layer, in the quiet places where you learn to follow me with nothing but trust. And now, because you didn't run when things were unclear, because you remained, because you waited, I am releasing the very clarity you once cried for. Not in fragments, not in flashes, but in fullness. You will not have to strain to hear this time. My direction will come with an inner knowing that silences all the other voices. There won't be panic behind your steps, but peace. You'll move, not because you're guessing, but because my presence will go with you so strongly that it anchors every decision. What once felt risky will now feel restful. I'm removing the tension from your shoulders. You won't carry the weight of needing to figure it all out. I never asked you to figure it out, I asked you to follow. And now that your spirit has been trained to move at my pace, I can release instruction with greater precision. You'll no longer need to revisit the same questions over and over. I'm giving you strategy, not just direction. I'm giving you timing, not just vision. I'm showing you what to release and what to rebuild. I'm making it obvious, not loud, but clear. Because clarity doesn't always shout. Sometimes it flows in like a steady river, confirming what your spirit already suspected. That's what's coming now. Peace that confirms what I've already been whispering. Doors will begin to match the rhythm of your trust. Conversations will align with the decisions I'm guiding you into. The people around you will begin to echo what I've already told you in prayer. This is not coincidence, it's convergence. It's everything aligning because you are finally in step with what I've been waiting to reveal. And the beauty is, you no longer need a sign to believe. Your belief has matured into discernment. You stopped chasing external markers to confirm what I've written within you. And because of that, I can now release clarity that comes not just to lead you, but to affirm you. You'll know that you're no longer being tested by silence, you're being trusted with revelation. You'll feel it. Not like a light switch flipping on, but like the rising of the sun, steady, gentle, impossible to miss. You'll wake up and the answer will be there. You'll sit in stillness and suddenly, the next step will unfold in front of you. This is the gift of walking with me long enough to know that my voice never leaves you, just learn how to hear it more clearly. So don't worry if the clarity doesn't come through dramatic moments. Expect it through peace. Expect it through quiet conviction. Expect it through the ease of knowing that what you're doing is no longer about trying, it's about trusting. And that's what clarity really is, not the removal of all uncertainty, but the arrival of confidence that doesn't need to force anything. You will know where to go. You will know what to say yes to. You will know when to pause and when to proceed. Because I am giving you clarity that isn't temporary, it's transformative. It won't just answer your questions, it will redirect your whole posture. So receive it now. Not in fear, not in doubt, but in peace. You don't need to chase clarity anymore, it's finding you. You thought maybe if you tried more, did more, sacrificed more, I would respond quicker. You hoped that by proving your commitment, the delay would shorten. But now, looking back, you're beginning to see it wasn't your effort that I was waiting on, it was your depth. I wasn't holding back to punish you. I was preserving the release until your roots could hold the weight of it. I watched as you laid down striving and picked up surrender. I watched when you chose to stop bargaining and simply began abiding. And in that hidden shift, you grew not wider, but deeper. Not louder, but stronger. What I'm about to pour out couldn't have rested on your life a moment sooner. it would have leaked through the cracks of immaturity or cracked under the pressure of performance. But not now. Now you're ready, not because you fought for it, but because you allow me to form you for it. You no longer ask, what do I need to do to get it? Now you ask, how can I carry it well when it comes? That's how I know it's time. That's how I know the things I kept sealed are safe to release now. You stopped treating me like a vending machine and started walking with me as a father. And in that intimacy, you gained capacity. Now you'll see the difference. You won't have to chase the things you once cried for. They will begin arriving without strain. Not because they are overdue, but because you've been transformed into the kind of vessel that can steward the fulfillment with wisdom, humility, and endurance. I withheld nothing out of cruelty. I protected what was sacred until your character matched your calling. And now it does. Now you see prayer not as a transaction, but as communion. And now you approach my promises with reverence, not entitlement. Now you understand that growth isn't always visible, it's internal. It's gradual, and it's necessary. So I'm releasing now, not as a reward for your striving, but as a response to your surrender. I saw when you laid your timeline at my feet. I remember the moment you let go of needing to understand and chose instead to simply trust. I marked the hour you lifted your hands and said, even if it doesn't happen how I hoped, I still choose you. That moment was louder in heaven than any loud prayer you ever spoke. That was the moment everything shifted. And now, I'm releasing what was on hold. Not because you pressured me, but because you trusted me when I was silent. That trust has built a container that can carry more than blessing, it can carry responsibility. Because what I'm giving isn't just for you. It's through you. It's going to touch others. It's going to heal families. It's going to restore what was broken, not just in your life, but in lives connected to yours. The withholding wasn't to punish you. It was to position you, to root you so deeply in me that when the release came, you wouldn't lose yourself in it. And now, you won't. Now you're anchored. Now your joy isn't dependent on the outcome, it's rooted in relationship. And that's why this next season will feel so different. Not because everything will be easy, but because you'll carry it with peace. You'll recognize the difference between what I gave and what you once tried to take by force. You'll sense the anointing that flows with my timing. You'll notice how it doesn't drain you, it lifts you. Because that's what happens when I release something into hands that have been refined, not rushed. So take a breath. Not in exhaustion, but in expectation. You didn't miss it. You weren't forgotten. You were being readied. And now, what was withheld is being released, not to prove anything, but to fulfill what I promised before you even knew how to ask for it. There was a time when just getting through the day felt like a battle. The very areas where you were meant to thrive became sources of pressure, confusion, and fatigue. The passion you once carried started to fade, not because you lost your purpose, but because the opposition made you question whether your purpose was even real. And in those long stretches of silence, you began to shrink back, not because you didn't care, but because the weight began to feel heavier than the call itself. You wondered if it was always going to feel like resistance. You questioned if you were wrong about what you thought I placed in you. But I was watching. I saw the inner conflict you couldn't express, the exhaustion in your heart, the moments where you whispered, God, am I still called to this? And I didn't rebuke you, I drew closer. Because what you didn't realize is that I was allowing the pressure to press the oil out of you. The exhaustion was never a sign you were failing. It was a sign that your strength had reached its limit, and that's exactly where my power steps in. And now, I'm doing something only I can do. I'm turning what once drained you into the very fuel that will ignite your next assignment. I'm redeeming the weariness and replacing it with wonder. The spaces that used to steal your energy will now stir your spirit. The things that once triggered doubt will now provoke fresh vision. You'll wake up with ideas that carry momentum. You'll return to the places that once felt like warfare and find peace. This is not about returning to the same version of the calling you once knew. This is about stepping into a refined, expanded, and fire-filled expression of it. Because you changed. And so has your anointing. You're not who you were when you first said yes. That version of you served its purpose, but what I've cultivated through your perseverance has given birth to something new. Something deeper. Something that will not just survive storms, it will calm them. What used to drain you, you will now discern differently. You'll see past the surface. You'll understand what others miss. You'll speak into situations with precision that can only come from one who's walked through the breaking. You're not being sent back, you're being launched forward. The same environment will not produce the same results. Because you're not coming in tired, you're coming in transformed. You've learned the rhythm of rest. You've let me reset your motives. You let go of the need to prove anything, and because of that, I can now entrust you with purpose that runs deeper than emotion. This time, you won't burn out, you'll burn brighter. Because this time, you won't try to carry it all in your own strength. You've already learned what that costs. And now, the strength you move in won't be rooted in performance, it will be rooted in grace. That's why the joy is coming back. That's why the fire is returning. That's why you're beginning to feel a spark where there used to be emptiness. I'm breathing into your spirit again. I'm reviving not just your energy, but your why. I'm realigning you with the vision I gave you before the opposition distorted it. You're not behind, you're right on time. The delay was not destruction. It was my hand, holding you back until the fire was pure. And now, it is. Now you're no longer stirred by applause, you're stirred by obedience. You're no longer moved by pressure, you're moved by purpose. What once drained you has become the very thing I will use to ignite revival in others. And as you walk in this renewed strength, don't be surprised when those around you start asking where it came from. Tell them it came from the place of breaking. Tell them it came when you thought it was over. Tell them it came when you realized it's not about striving, it's about staying surrendered. Because in that surrender, I didn't just refuel you, I reignited you. And now, your calling is coming alive again. You've held on to connections that cost you more than they gave. You stayed loyal to voices that didn't understand your calling, yet still tried to shape your decisions. You carried relationships out of obligation, out of history, out of the belief that maybe if you gave more, it would finally feel right. But deep down, you knew it wasn't working. It wasn't because you failed, and it wasn't because you didn't love enough, it was because I never built what you were trying to hold together. And while you mourned the space between what was and what should have been, I was gently making room for what's next. I wasn't tearing away for the sake of loss, I was clearing space for alignment. Because this season you're walking into cannot carry extra weight. It requires people who speak your language of purpose. People who don't compete with your light but protect it. People who hear me and help confirm what I'm speaking to you, not confuse it. You've spent too long managing unhealthy loyalty while your spirit suffered in silence. But no more. I'm removing the drain and releasing divine alignment. I'm sending those who see what I've placed in you without asking you to dim it. I'm placing people in your path who are not intimidated by your growth but inspired by it. These will not be surface-level companions. These will be covenant connections. You won't have to chase them. You won't have to explain your heart over and over just to be understood. They will meet you in the spirit before they even understand your journey. I'm restoring relationships that are safe, that are anchored in truth, that speak life when you forget who you are. And for everyone I've removed, I will multiply those I send with intentionality. This is a part of the fulfillment, not just breakthrough in your life, but breakthrough in who surrounds it. You'll look around and notice peace where there used to be tension. You'll find laughter returning to places that once echoed with strain. You'll experience unity, not just in vision, but in spirit. No more walking on eggshells in order to preserve fragile alliances. I'm breaking you free from environments where your growth was a threat instead of a joy. You don't need to apologize for how I've developed you. You don't need to tone down your discernment to make others comfortable. The ones I'm sending are equipped to walk with you through the doors I'm opening. They won't try to keep you small. They'll celebrate what I'm expanding. You're not too much. You were just around people who were not built to carry what you carry. And now that I've brought you through the refining, I'm also bringing you into real community. Not perfect but pure. Not transactional but transformational. These relationships will carry oil. They will bring strength when you're tired and clarity when the road seems foggy. You'll notice how you don't have to explain what God is doing. You'll simply mention it, and their spirit will already agree. This is what happens when I line you with the right people. Suddenly your burdens feel lighter. Suddenly your vision feels supported. Suddenly the things you struggled to articulate are met with understanding, not suspicion. This is not hype. This is holy. This is how I build families of faith, circles of trust, communities of revival. And this time, you won't settle for less. You'll feel it in your spirit when someone is sent, not just convenient, but called to walk beside you. Don't fear the shift. Let it happen. Let the distance form where it must. Let the replacements arrive without resistance. I know what and who you need for the journey ahead. You were never meant to carry your calling in isolation. And now that your waiting is over, I'm filling the spaces with those who won't drain you but pour back into what I've placed inside you. You've known what it feels like to bloom in barren places. You've had to protect your growth in spaces where no one watered your soul, where your roots had to go deep not because it was easy, but because survival depended on it. You endured seasons where encouragement was scarce and misunderstanding was common. You stayed when others left, trusted when others mocked, and hoped when the soil beneath you felt dry and hostile. And still, you grew. Not because the environment was ideal, but because I sustained you. I gave you grace to grow when everything around you said it wasn't possible. And now, because you proved faithful in unfriendly ground, I'm repositioning you. Not as a reward for effort, but as a release into purpose. I am placing you in environments that nourish, not deplete. I'm shifting your surroundings from survival mode to overflow. I'm sending you into spaces that recognize the potential I've buried deep inside you, spaces that don't compete with your fruit, but cultivate it. You will no longer feel the need to downplay what I've placed in you. You will no longer wrestle with shrinking so others don't feel small. I am placing you where what I've planted will not only be seen, but supported. These new places aren't just different in tone, they're different in soil. The spiritual climate has been prepared. The culture has been aligned. And the people I'm assigning to walk with you will see not just your gift, but your heart. They'll water what I've started. They'll speak to the seed with wisdom, not insecurity. They'll help pull things from within you that even you didn't know were still buried. Because you are not just transitioning to new surroundings, you are being transplanted for growth. And this move is not a step back, it's a divine rerouting. It's me saying, you've outgrown the place that once grew you. It's time to step into soil that matches your maturity. You'll begin to feel the difference immediately. The pressure will lift. The tension that clung to your every move will begin to dissolve. You won't have to explain yourself so often. You won't have to justify your presence. The atmosphere itself will start to speak back, confirming what your spirit already knows. This is where I can thrive. This is where I was meant to unfold. This is where my branches have room to reach. You see, I don't just assign you to people, I assign you to places. And when the place is right, the fruit multiplies. When the soil is aligned with the seed, the harvest doesn't delay. You're not meant to just survive, you're meant to flourish. And flourishing requires right placement. This new environment will stretch you, but it will also sustain you. It won't be without challenges, but you won't face them depleted. You'll be resourced from within and supported from around. The attacks that once drained you will now bounce off your peace. The doubts that once plagued you will be replaced with conviction. And most of all, the confusion about whether you were in the right place will be replaced with certainty. You'll know this was me. This was my doing. I prepared this space with you in mind. And I timed it so the environment would be ready when you were. Don't resist the shift. Don't mourn the soil I've moved you from. They serve this purpose. It taught you resilience. It revealed your hunger. But now, I'm planting you in ground that has been waiting for what only you carry. And as you begin to take root here, you'll find that rest returns. Creativity returns. Joy returns. You'll dream again freely, boldly. Because where you're going, the air is different. The people are different. And most importantly, you are different. And that's why it's time. What I've planted in you has matured. And now, I'm placing you where it will flourish. You didn't arrive at this point easily. The anointing on your life wasn't handed to you cheaply. It came through pressing, through painful yeses, through decisions that no one else saw. You poured when you had nothing left. You chose integrity when shortcuts were within reach. You let me prune your heart even when it hurt more than you could explain. And each crushing moment, each surrender, each silent night where you said, "Nevertheless, your will," became part of the sacred process I used to extract the oil now flowing from your life. This oil didn't come from titles. It didn't come from visibility. It came from the depths, the deep spaces where character was formed, where motives were refined, and where the fire purified your faith. You didn't earn this by striving. You received it through surrender. And now, the weight of that oil is speaking. It's announcing what you carry without you needing to explain it. It's drawing opportunities you didn't reach for. It's attracting people who are hungry for what you walk in. This isn't about being known, it's about being marked. This isn't favor that fades, it's favor that finds. You no longer have to fight to be noticed. The evidence of your obedience is speaking louder than any promotion, campaign ever could. You no longer have to pursue what I've already assigned to pursue you. When I see a vessel that has allowed me to fill it completely, I cause the right doors to swing open without pressure. I command the right hearts to be drawn to what flows from you. Not because of charm, not because of strategy, but because oil speaks. And what you carry now is sacred. It carries fragrance. It carries history. It carries the scent of the secret place. And those with spiritual discernment will recognize it instantly. They'll know you've been with me. They'll sense that what you offer isn't empty words or borrowed revelation. It's lived truth. And that kind of substance is rare. That's why I had to protect you from premature exposure. That's why I said no to things you thought you were ready for. Not because you weren't gifted, but because your oil was still being pressed. And I wouldn't let what I was forming be wasted in places that weren't prepared to honor it. But now, the time has come. The release is here. And everything that once seemed out of reach is moving toward you, not because you shifted your posture, but because your posture became unshakable. The oil has matured. And with it comes divine attraction, not of the spotlight, but of strategic alignment. Doors are responding to the depth you carry. Rooms are adjusting to make space for what you release. This is not about building platforms, it's about birthing impact. The anointing on your life is no longer hidden. And because it wasn't rushed, it won't be fragile. You won't have to exhaust yourself to maintain what I've now entrusted to you. You'll move with grace. You'll speak with weight. You'll pour without draining. Because this time, the oil is flowing from a place of fullness, not survival. And those who are drawn to you now will not come with agendas, they'll come with alignment. You won't need to discern who's for you and who's not. I'll make it clear. Because the oil not only attracts, it reveals. And what's being revealed now is not just your growth, but my glory in you. They'll ask how you carry it the way you do. And you'll point them not to yourself, but to the altar where it all began. You'll speak of the crushing, not with bitterness, but with reverence. Because you'll understand it was never just about getting through, it was about becoming the vessel that could carry me well. So don't be surprised when what you once chased now chases you. It's not luck. It's not coincidence. It's the oil. And this oil cannot be replicated. It's personal. It's powerful. And now it's pouring. You spent so much time trying to explain your heart, trying to make people see what I showed you when no one else was around. You tried to articulate the fire inside you to those who couldn't understand it, Not because you needed applause, but because you longed for agreement. You weren't looking to impress, you were longing to be believed. And when that didn't happen, you felt the ache of invisibility, the weight of being doubted, the sting of having to carry a call too big for the room you were standing in. You endured assumptions that didn't match your spirit. You endured silence where you needed support. And still, you remained. You didn't retaliate. You didn't run ahead of me to validate yourself. You let me be the one who defends what I deposit. And now, the shift has come. The striving to be understood is over. I am answering with fruit. I am confirming with results. What I am doing in your life now cannot be denied. It will be visible, measurable, tangible. I am speaking not through your explanations, but through the undeniable movement of my hand upon you. Where others once questioned your voice, they will now witness your impact. Where they once measured you by their standards, they will now see you moving in a dimension they cannot define. Not because you changed who you were, but because you stayed true when it cost you everything. You didn't change your message to be accepted. You didn't alter your assignment to fit their framework. You honored what I gave you when it was quiet, and now I'm honoring you as I make it loud. You will no longer need to prove your authenticity. I'm doing that for you. The fruit will prove the root. The outcomes will reflect the obedience. And I'm not just releasing a little, I'm releasing overflow. The kind of fruit that spills into every area of your life. The kind that touches those connected to you. The kind that opens doors you never knocked on, because your consistency has created a momentum that cannot be stopped. And it's not seasonal fruit. It's sustained. It won't wither under pressure. It won't dry up under criticism. Because it was born in the soil of surrender. You planted in tears. You watered with patience. You stayed when everything around you told you to leave. And now, you're stepping into a harvest that no one can take credit for but me. I'm silencing every doubting voice, not through confrontation, but through demonstration. I'm establishing you in places where you were once overlooked. Not because you fought your way in, but because you were found faithful in places no one else saw. And now, I'm elevating you not to be admired, but to be effective. I'm giving you influence that is rooted in identity, not insecurity. And you'll know the difference, because you'll feel no need to defend yourself. You will sense the freedom that comes when I vindicate you through vision. You'll know the rest that comes when fruit speaks louder than arguments ever could. This is the promise I'm fulfilling in your life now, that what you carry is real, and what you've planted is rising. Your faithfulness is being rewarded, not by men but by heaven. And the fruit will say everything you once had to try to express. It will declare that my hand has been on you the entire time. It will proclaim that my timing is perfect. It will reveal that I never forgot, never ignored, and never wasted your waiting. And as you walk in this new release, let the fruit speak. Let the outcomes honor what your mouth no longer needs to defend. You are stepping into a time where favor doesn't need explanation because the results are undeniable. You've proven yourself to me, and now I'm establishing you before men. No striving. No justifying. Just standing. Just bearing. Just flowing. The proving season has ended. And now, fruit begins to speak. There is a distinct shift that has happened in the spirit. You can feel it in your breath, your pace, even your atmosphere. What once felt like training ground is now turning into territory. You have been in a season of repeated lessons, refinement, pruning, pressing. You felt the weight of it daily, wondering if the preparation would ever give way to something more visible, more actionable. You questioned if everything you were learning would ever have a place to land. But I have been quietly building you for this moment, not to keep you in cycles, but to qualify you for release. The drills are done. The waiting room is empty. The curtain is rising. You are no longer rehearsing. You are now stepping onto the stage of manifestation, not for show, but for sacred fulfillment. This is not performance for approval, it's demonstration of everything I've poured into you. You won't have to strain to remember what to do. You'll flow from a place of instinctive obedience because it's already written into your spirit. I've been engraving strategy into you through every hardship. I've planted discernment through every delay. And now, everything that felt disjointed will click into place. You'll look around and realize what I've taught you in private is now preparing you to execute in public. This is your activation season. Not a trial run. Not a warm-up. You are stepping into the very promise that felt so far away for so long. And it will feel natural. Not because it's easy, but because you're ready. Because you've been through enough inner processing to know this isn't about ego, it's about impact. I'm putting you where I've always planned to place you. Not a moment too soon. Not a second too late. And you'll know it's me, because things will start to align without manipulation. Conversations will begin to confirm your spirit. Doors will begin to swing without you even touching them. Provision will meet you right as the vision becomes active. Because when I call someone out of hiding, I send everything they need with them. You are not being sent empty-handed. You're stepping out full of insight, authority, peace, and purpose. You've absorbed enough in your hidden years to now pour without depletion. The soil is ready. The harvest is near. And what once felt like theory is about to become movement. This is no longer about preparation, it's about participation. You are not watching from the sidelines anymore. You are being summoned into position. And I am assigning angels to walk with you through this new season, not to shelter you from the process, but to support the fulfillment. I'm not calling you to impress. I'm calling you to release. To speak what I've placed in your mouth. To do what I've trained your hands to accomplish. To walk in places that once intimidated you, now with assurance. You are no longer being built, you are being launched. This is what manifestation looks like, not explosive and chaotic, but steady, divine, unmistakable progression. One thing after another will begin to unfold, not through force, but through faith. You will step into the very rooms you dreamed about and wonder how it happened so fluidly. And the answer will be, because you stayed. Because you yielded. Because you allowed me to prepare you when you could have demanded arrival. Now, you're not chasing the promise, you're carrying it. You're walking it out, word by word, step by step, and heaven is echoing its approval over you. The time of holding the blueprint with closed doors is over. I've unlocked the schedule. The assignments are being released. And you'll find yourself in the very places you once interceded for. Now as the solution, now as the voice, now as the vessel. You don't need permission anymore, I already gave it. You don't need another prophecy, I've activated what's already been spoken. So rise and walk into it. No hesitation. No apology. You are not rehearsing anymore. You are performing the promise. There was a fog around you for so long, not because you lacked direction, but because the environment around you was saturated with noise. Too many opinions. Too many competing voices. Too many distractions disguised as opportunities. You prayed for clarity, and what followed felt like stillness so heavy. You wondered if I had gone silent. But I wasn't absent. I was addressing the atmosphere before revealing the next step. I had to pull the cords of confusion out from around your mind. I had to remove influences that masked themselves as wisdom but planted doubt instead. I had to quiet the unnecessary before I could speak the essential. And now that the interference has been dealt with, you're about to experience a clarity that moves faster than hesitation. The road will not be complicated, not because every detail is visible, but because your discernment had been sharpened. You won't need to sort through options in the way you once did. You will feel peace the moment you're aligned with my will. You'll sense friction the moment something doesn't carry my breath. I've matured your spirit for this. I've trained your sensitivity through seasons of stillness. That's why you're hearing me differently now. Not louder but purer. Not more but deeper. The static that once clouded your decisions has been severed. The obligations that once made it hard to say no are no longer chaining your voice. You're not under the weight of pleasing others anymore, you've chosen the weight of obedience. And because of that, I'm releasing direction that won't require layers of confirmation. You'll know it's me, because my peace will go before it like a wind you can't deny. This next stretch of the journey isn't about guessing. It's about moving confidently even when others don't understand. You'll feel the difference. What once took months to sort through will now resolve in minutes. The doors that once felt identical will now make themselves obvious. Not because they've changed you, but because you've changed you. You no longer move based on what looks right, you move based on what's been refined in your spirit. And that inner compass I've developed in you, it's stronger than it's ever been. Because it's not rooted in ambition, it's rooted in intimacy. You don't just want to do something great anymore, you want to walk where I'm walking. You want to stay where my presence stays. And that desire has created space for me to speak without interference. You'll notice how your peace returns as soon as the direction is correct. You won't need to wrestle as you once did. Because I'm not just revealing paths, I'm giving you confidence in how you walk them. And that's what makes this season different. Not just that I'm showing you more, but that you're finally ready to trust what I show you. You're not asking me to prove it every time you're listening, then moving. You're not paralyzed by indecision, you're empowered by alignment. And as you step forward, you'll feel the pace begin to shift. What used to be delayed by doubt is now accelerated by discernment. What was once postponed by people pleading is now propelled by privilege. You're walking clearer. You're seeing sharper. You're hearing quicker. And it's not because life got easier, it's because the noise hath been clear. I've removed what distracted. I've pulled back what distorted. I've untangled what confused. And what's left is clarity, not from the world, but from me. You're not leaning on logic now, you're flowing with revelation. It's why you'll see momentum return. It's why peace will stay longer. That's why decisions will not drain you. Because this path isn't being designed on the go, it's been prepared in advance, and now you're finally aligned enough to recognize it. So walk in that confidence. You're not behind. You're not lost. You're not missing it. The interference is gone. The way is open. And your steps are about to become undeniable evidence that clarity has come. You've been asking for influence, for doors to open, for the world to see what I've placed inside you, but I had to make sure your strength wasn't dependent on applause. Visibility without internal stability is dangerous. And so, before I unveiled anything, I took you through seasons where you had to stand without affirmation, serve without recognition, and build in silence while others advanced with noise. You weren't punishmented with precision. I was conditioning you to carry the weight of being seen without needing to be celebrated. Because visibility attracts not only opportunities, but also scrutiny, expectations, projections, and warfare. And now that you've come through the hidden place with your identity rooted in me, not in platforms, not in validation, not in numbers, you're ready. You're no longer shaken by who notices or who doesn't. You're no longer moved by who applauds or who critiques. You found your center in me, and because of that, I can place you where more will see, and you won't lose the quiet strength we've built together. I'm giving you a strength that doesn't fracture when the spotlight hits. The kind that doesn't chase attention, but carries weight. This is the kind of strength that listens before it speaks, that leads without lording. It stands tall without striving to stand out. You're not being elevated to perform, you're being positioned to serve from a higher vantage point. And because I've dealt with the inner cracks, the external pressure will break you. Where you're going, there will be expectations placed on you, some fair, some not. But you won't bend to meet them. You'll remain focused on the assignment, anchored by my voice, and distracted by opinions. Because now you know the difference between visibility and vision. One comes from the crowd, the other comes from me. I'm giving you visibility only because you've passed the test of obscurity. You didn't rush out ahead. You didn't try to prove anything. You waited until I said it was time. And now, as I raise your name in rooms you didn't apply for, you'll feel the strength I've placed inside you rise with it. Not to protect an image, but to preserve the substance. The deeper you go in me, the higher I can lift you in the world without you losing what matters. You've learned how to return to me quickly, how to shut out noise and stay in step. And that's the very habit that will preserve your peace when the volume around you increases. Your schedule may get fuller, but your heart will remain quiet. Your calendar may shift, but your posture of rest will not. Because you're not building alone, I'm building through you. You're not performing, you're pouring. And you're not pouring from prayer, you're pouring from overflow. The visibility will not drain you. It will confirm you. It will reflect what I've already established in the hidden place. And those watching will see that you are not lifted by trend, you're grounded by truth. You will not crumble under expectation. You will not collapse under commentary. You will not lose yourself in exposure. Because this strength I've developed in you wasn't grown in convenience. It was forged in fire. It's real. It's proven. It's anchored. And now it's ready. So don't fear the expansion. Don't shrink when the attention comes. Don't sabotage what I'm building by questioning your readiness. I know what I placed in you. I know what I've prepared you for. And I know you are ready to carry visibility not as a burden, but as a platform for my glory. The spotlight won't shake you. The stage won't define you. You'll walk in quietly, confidently, fully aware that the same God who formed you in the silence is the same one who now sends you into view. You are not being exposed, you are being established. And the strength I've placed in you will not fail. There were things that seemed to unravel while you waited, dreams that once felt alive started fading, confidence wore thin, and hope began to weaken under the weight of long seasons without movement. The delay didn't just pause your progress, it tried to dismantle your joy. It attempted to convince you that what you believed for was slipping through your fingers. And as you stood in that place of in-between, between what I promised and what hadn't arrived, you started to wonder if maybe you misunderstood me. Maybe the vision was too big. Maybe you were asking for too much. But I tell you now, you were not wrong for believing. You were not naive for dreaming. What I whispered to your spirit was real, and not only is it still alive, but I am restoring every part of it that delay tried to break apart. The weight didn't cancel your future. It strengthened the roots. And now, I'm releasing restoration, not a partial patchwork, not a recovery filled with reminders of what was lost, but full restoration without residue. You won't look like what you've been through. You won't carry the exhaustion of your previous stretch into your next. I'm cleansing the weight from your shoulders, the bitterness from your breath, the discouragement from your spirit. I'm restoring you in such a way that when others see what I've done, they won't believe the path you had to walk to get here. They'll see strength but not the scars. They'll see beauty but not the ashes. Because my restoration rewrites the story in a way that only glory remains. The pain won't echo. The heartbreak won't replay. The confusion won't linger. I am restoring you in such a way that the delay will no longer be the loudest part of your testimony. It will become a backdrop, not a burden. I'm not just returning what was taken, I'm enhancing it. I'm placing greater substance in the very areas where the enemy tried to drain you. The time you thought was wasted is now being redeemed through exponential return. You'll find that things begin to accelerate not through striving, but through divine reversal. What should have taken years will happen in moments. Not because you're rushing, but because I'm redeeming. And my redemption doesn't just catch you up, it launches you forward. This is not a simple make-up season. It's a divine compensation measured not by what was lost, but by what you endured with faith. I've kept record of every tear, every private wrestle, every internal war you fought just to keep believing. And now, I'm answering not just with recovery but with restoration so complete that it makes sense of the silence. You'll begin to understand why the wait had to happen. Why I didn't allow certain doors to open too soon. Why I shielded you from environments that looked appealing but would have stolen your endurance. You'll look back and realize that I wasn't withholding, I was preserving. I wasn't slow, I was strategic. And now that the fullness of time has come, I'm restoring not only what was delayed, but what delay attempted to destroy in you. Your voice that once hesitated to speak will now flow without fear. Your vision, that once blurred from disappointment, will now sharpen with divine perspective. Your passion that once flickered under the weight of waiting will now burn with refined purpose. You will no longer feel bound by what didn't happen. You'll be empowered by what's about to unfold. And here's what I need you to know. This restoration is not coming through effort. It's not coming because you finally figured out the right formula. It's coming because I've declared it. My word overrides time. My promise doesn't expire. And my plans are not at the mercy of what tried to interfere. I am overriding the timelines that tried to exhaust you. I'm untangling you from the internal narratives that said you missed it. You didn't miss anything. What's for you had been held by me until now. And now I'm handing it to you not broken, not compromised but whole. You will find restoration in areas you stopped praying about. I'll bring healing to places you accepted as permanent. I'll renew hope in dreams you buried with grief. Because that's the kind of restorer I am. I don't just resurface what was lost. I rebuild it with glory attached. You'll know it's me because of how light it feels. Restoration doesn't come with heaviness, it comes with peace. You won't be forced to fight for it. You'll simply receive it. And as it comes, don't sabotage it with guilt. Don't question if you deserve it. I'm not restoring you because you earned it. I'm doing it because I'm good. Because I finish what I start. Because when I call you chosen, I don't change my mind. Let this restoration teach you that I am the God who makes all things new, not just externally, but within you. I'm restoring your emotional stamina, your spiritual confidence, your capacity to dream, your sensitivity to my presence. You won't walk into the next season carrying the dust of the last one. You'll step in with clean hands and an open heart. And the ones who see the transformation may ask, what changed? But you'll know it was me. It was grace. It was time. It was your roots being ready. It was your posture of surrender finally meeting the season of fulfillment. You've done enough mourning. You've done enough second guessing. The rebuild starts now. I'm restoring your rhythm, your rest, your joy in small things. I'm giving you back your laughter, your delight, your lightness of spirit. You'll notice how the weight begins to lift, not because the world changed, but because I changed what's within you. You've grown past the need for everything to make sense. You've learned to trust without clarity, to worship without evidence, to believe without backup. And because you've trusted me through the drought, I'm flooding you now with abundance. Not just of things, but of truth, of purpose, of presence, of power. So open your hands, child. Let go of what the delay convinced you would never come. It's here now. Not just returned, but restored. Not just revived, but reborn. This is not the rebuilding of something old, this is the birth of something better than you imagined. The residue is gone. The waiting is over. The restoration has begun. You've carried more than you let others see. You've pushed through responsibilities, demands, and expectations while silently wondering when rest would catch up to you. The weight didn't always come from the outside, it came from the internal need to keep going, to keep proving, to keep performing even when your soul was weary. But I never asked you to outrun grace. I never called you to a rhythm that crushes peace. And now, I'm shifting the way your days unfold, not around stress, but around stillness. I'm taking you out of the cycle of urgency and placing you into a flow that matches my heartbeat. You're not going to wake up bracing yourself for survival anymore. You're going to rise into the steady, holy cadence of someone who walks with me. This isn't about doing less, it's about doing only what I've assigned. I'm teaching you to walk in divine pace, where fruit doesn't come from striving but from alignment. The same things that drained you before will now become effortless, not because they changed, but because your pace has. I'm replacing your hustle with harmony. I'm taking your restless spirit and anchoring it in presence. You'll notice how things begin to move without the pressure of force. You'll see momentum return without pushing. You'll receive without exhaustion. Because I'm leading you differently now. I'm no longer allowing the world's definition of productivity to shape your path. I'm cutting the cords of urgency that guilt wrapped around your identity. You're not called to be overwhelmed, you're called to overflow. And overflow doesn't happen in burnout. It happens in rhythm, in order, in flow. So I'm simplifying your steps. I'm stripping away the distractions you didn't realize were stealing your strength. I'm bringing you back to clarity where your yes carries conviction and your no carries peace. You don't have to fear missing opportunities. What I've authored for you cannot be outrun. You won't miss it because you slowed down. You'll receive it because you trusted me with the pace. Watch how I begin to reorder your days. Watch how time begins to feel different. I'll show you how to walk with purpose without panic. I'll guide you into rest that refreshes not just physically, but spiritually. You won't carry the torment of urgency anymore. You won't lie awake replaying tasks and timelines. I'm lifting the weight from your shoulders, the kind that never belonged there in the first place. And as I adjust your rhythm, you'll begin to notice the space you once filled with anxiety is now becoming sacred. Mornings will feel different. Nights will feel lighter. Even your breathing will change. Because peace isn't just a feeling, it's the atmosphere I'm placing over your life. You'll stop apologizing for moving slower. You'll stop questioning if you're doing enough. You'll know that obedience has its own speed and that speed doesn't always look fast, but it always moves forward. There is no competition in my timing. There is no comparison in my process. There is only trust. And this next chapter will be marked not by how much you can do, but how well you can listen. You've proven your endurance. Now I'm proving my ease. My burden is light. My yoke is easy. And as you come under it, you'll find the rhythm you've been missing. The pressure is leaving. The tension is breaking. The fear of falling behind is being silenced. I'm calling you into a holy pace, a pace where you don't just get things done, but where you become deeply present with me in all you do. This is not about slowing down to stop, it's about slowing down to see, to sense, to breathe, to remember who you are and whose you are. So let me walk with you, not ahead of you, not behind you, but beside you. Let me set the tone of your day. Let me show you how to move with grace instead of grind. You are not behind. You are right on time. And now, you're walking in my rhythm. There were moments when you stopped short, not because you didn't want more, but because fear whispered that more wasn't for you. You stayed in situations that looked stable but felt suffocating because the unknown seemed too heavy to confront. You tried to convince yourself that comfort was enough, even while your spirit stirred with something deeper. I saw it. I saw when you stayed quiet to avoid conflict. I saw when you made yourself smaller to avoid rejection. I saw when you closed doors in advance just to protect yourself from the pain of another one shutting. But I never created you to live a life shaped by fear. I never asked you to settle for almost. And even when you paused, I never pulled away. I waited patiently until your heart was ready to believe again. Not just believe in the promise, but believe that you were truly chosen to walk in it. And now, because you have allowed me to deal with the root of that fear, I am reigniting what once looked closed. The places where you hesitated are now being revisited with a boldness you didn't know you could carry. I am reopening the territory you abandoned. I'm shining light on dreams you packed away. I'm breathing on gifts you buried in practicality. And this time, when the opportunity presents itself, you won't flinch. You won't question if you're worthy. You will second-guess your ability to handle it. You'll step in with the knowledge that I'm not asking you to do it alone, I'm asking you to walk with me into it. The fear that once paralyzed your progress is being broken now. You won't be defined by the moments when you froze. You won't be shamed by the chapters you forfeited. I'm redeeming even the ground you thought you lost. You'll move with faith that's been formed in silence, strengthened in pain, and matured through the fire of delay. You're not returning as the same person who once doubted. You're returning wiser, stronger, quieter in flesh, but louder in spirit. This is not about revisiting failure, it's about recovering what you thought was forfeited forever. I'm not just giving you another chance, I'm giving you divine re-entry. The places where fear once made decisions are now being reclaimed by trust. And I'm not restoring you so you can repeat the past, I'm restoring you so you can rewrite the ending. You'll step back into these places not as someone desperate for a breakthrough, but as someone fully aware that the breakthrough lives inside them. And the difference this time is that you won't shrink to fit what once rejected you. You won't strive to prove your value. You'll simply move in what's been deposited. The hesitation is lifting. The doubt is dissolving. The anxiety over timing, resources, and approval is all falling off because the voice you're following now is mine and mine alone. You will walk into conversations that used to intimidate you and speak with peace. You'll approach decisions that once triggered panic and discern with ease. Because this isn't the same heart trying again, this is a renewed heart returning, not with fear in its hands, but with faith in its feet. You are walking back into places not to beg, but to build. Not to hope for inclusion, but to establish influence. And the reason it's opening now is because you've allowed me to reshape how you see yourself. You no longer believe the lie that you have to earn belonging. You know now that what I call you to, I also equip you for. You're not looking for permission, you're walking in alignment. And that alignment is reopening what fear tried to lock shut. So go back to the vision. Revisit the blueprint. Pick up the plans you abandoned. I've cleared the fog. I've realigned the timing. I've prepared the way. And this time, the steps you take won't be shaky. They'll be steady, rooted in faith that's been refined, and carried by a boldness that no longer fears failure. What was once shut by fear is being opened by faith, and this time, you're ready to walk through. You've been faithful with what I gave you, even when it stopped feeling exciting. Even when the fire you once felt for it faded, and the momentum you once knew slowed to a crawl. You kept showing up, tending to it, protecting it, praying over it even as the results seemed to diminish. What once felt like overflow began to feel like obligation, and in your quiet moments, you asked me if maybe the season had ended. You wondered if I had lifted my hand from it, or if you missed the signal to move on. But here is my answer. It wasn't dying. It was waiting for my breath. Because what begins with me cannot end without my permission. And I never told you to bury it, I told you to stay. I was watching how you handled the vision when it didn't produce applause. I was watching how you carried the assignment when it no longer carried you. And now, because you remained, I am breathing a fresh wind on what you thought was finished. I'm bringing vitality to what felt dormant. Not by changing it, but by renewing you. You were never the problem. The vision was never off course. But you needed renewal in your spirit before I could restart what I originally set in motion. The stagnation you felt wasn't failure, it was a pause for recalibration. You weren't wrong to keep going. But now, I'm about to reintroduce that very assignment with power you didn't have the first time. The fresh wind I'm sending will not only revive your passion, it will restore the joy of why you started. Your hands won't feel heavy doing it anymore. Your thoughts won't be burdened by questioning every move. The clarity is returning. The pace is shifting. The results will follow, but not because you're doing more. Because I'm breathing more. This is what happens when the author steps back in and fills what's been emptied by the weight. You won't have to reinvent the mission. I'm not asking you to start from scratch. I'm asking you to return with faith that believes my breath changes everything. What felt stagnant will become fruitful. The words that once hit silence will now hit hearts. The actions that felt unnoticed will now unlock movement. You'll find the work becomes lighter not because the task shrank, but because you're not doing it alone. This time, you'll sense me in every detail. You'll sense grace where there used to be grind. You'll sense rhythm where there used to be resistance. Because I'm partnering with your obedience again, not as a reminder of the past, but as a sign of new strength. What once demanded everything from you will now multiply with ease. You're not striving for the old fire, you're carrying a new flame. One that won't burn out when things slow down. One that won't depend on external response. This wind I'm sending isn't just reviving your assignment, it's restoring your internal posture. No more waking up dreading what used to excite you. No more trying to keep momentum alive in your own power. You'll look at the same vision with different eyes, because I've recalibrated your perspective. You're no longer doing this for progress, you're doing it with presence. And that presence will make the ordinary feel sacred again. So go back to what I gave you. Dust off the plan. Revisit the pages. Pull out what you archived. Don't give up on what I never stopped speaking over. Just because it paused doesn't mean it perished. I've been saving the next chapter for a moment where you could receive it without striving, carry it without pride, and release it without fear. And that moment is now. This fresh wind will not just lift your hands, it will propel your purpose. What you thought was finished is about to flourish. Not by might, not by performance, but by breath. My breath. The wait didn't end it. It prepared you to feel this wind. There has been so much noise, not just from the outside, but from the waves of internal unrest that have made it difficult for you to discern what's me and what's fear. You've navigated through storms that weren't always visible to others. Turbulence in your thoughts, chaos in your decisions, conflict between what you sensed in your spirit and what your circumstances scream in contradiction. And in the middle of it, you prayed not for miracles but for silence, not for more signs but for stillness. You whispered, "Lord, I don't even need it to be easy. I just need it to be quiet long enough to hear you clearly again." And I heard you. I wasn't ignoring you while the winds howled, I was holding you steady beneath the surface. I wasn't absent while the waves crashed, I was anchoring you deeper so the storm wouldn't uproot what I planted. And now, hear this clearly, I've silenced the noise. Not because the world changed, but because your inner world has aligned with my voice. I've rebuked the winds of distraction. I've commanded peace over the waters of confusion. The atmosphere around you is shifting not to give you comfort, but to make room for clarity. You'll begin to feel your thoughts settle. You'll find yourself breathing slower, walking lighter, moving with a calm that can only come from heaven. And it's not because everything suddenly makes sense, it's because my voice is rising above the noise. What you were once unsure about is now becoming undeniable. The instructions I've been waiting to release are flowing freely, not because you finally figured everything out, but because you've let go of trying to control the outcome. You stopped asking me to prove it. You started asking me to lead it. And that surrender opened the pathway for direction that doesn't rush, but roots. You'll begin to notice how the distractions that used to steal your peace now have no access. The tension you used to carry in your body will begin to fade. Because peace isn't just a feeling, it's a frequency. And I've tuned your spirit to hear me through stillness. No more scrambling for answers. No more analyzing every decision until anxiety creeps in. You'll know what to do not by logic alone, but by the weight of my peace confirming every step. And even if others don't understand your pace, you will walk with assurance. You will build without burnout. You will speak with precision. You will pause without panic. Because this isn't about doing more, it's about obeying what I say without delay. The clarity that's coming is sacred. It won't shout, it will settle. It will demand, it will direct. It won't pull you in 10 directions, it will center you in one. And that's how you will know it's me. My instruction always comes with alignment, not anxiety. With confidence, not confusion. And as I guide you, you'll also begin to see that some of what you thought was the enemy's attack was simply an overload of voices you didn't need. That's why I've quieted them. That's why the circles have shifted. That's why the noise of performance has stopped echoing in your heart. I've removed the volume so you can receive the vision again, this time, without filters. What I'm whispering now is pure, is targeted, is personal. You won't have to decipher layers of opinions anymore. You'll hear, and you'll know. Because I've given you something stronger than condemnation, I've given you conviction. And with that conviction, you'll walk where you once wavered. You'll step in where you once stalled. You'll release what I've placed in your heart without apology, because the storm has passed. And now, in the stillness, the instructions can be heard. So listen closely, my child. What you need is no longer hidden. It's being revealed in peace. This is the moment where the storm ceases and my voice leads. You once walked through seasons where laughter seemed distant, and the lightness of your spirit was weighed down by setbacks that came one after another. You felt the sting of hopes deferred, watching dreams flicker out before they had time to fully ignite. The pain of waiting stretched beyond your patience, leaving traces of discouragement on your heart. But I want you to hear this clearly. The joy that was taken from you is not lost forever. I am restoring that joy, not as a fleeting emotion, but as a foundation for your next season. This restoration is deep. It goes beyond surface smiles and temporary relief. It is a reawakening of delight in the midst of growth, a rebirth of laughter that emerges from triumph over trials. You'll find your heart lighter even in the face of challenges because I'm weaving resilience with delight inside you. The moments where you thought you'd run out of reasons to celebrate will now become the very reasons you dance. The disappointment that once dampened your spirit is becoming the soil where joy is growing. I'm shifting your perspective from scarcity to abundance, from mourning to celebration. You're no longer defined by what didn't happen, but by the promise of what is coming. The delays, the closed doors, the unanswered prayers, they were not the end of your story. They were the prelude to a greater celebration. I'm returning the lost time with harvests you didn't expect. Your heart will sing again, not because life is perfect, but because my presence is palpable. You'll learn that joy isn't dependent on circumstance, it's a fruit of my spirit living inside you. And because you carried hope through the darkness, your joy will be unwavering. This joy will be a testimony that transforms not only your life, but those around you. People will wonder how you can smile through storms, how you can laugh in the midst of struggle. And your answer will be simple. It's not my strength, it's the restoration of what only He can give. You'll find freedom from bitterness and chains of regret. The joy will wash away the heaviness. It will renew your strength. It will open new doors of opportunity and connection. This restoration will also bring a fresh boldness, because joy fuels courage. When your spirit is light, your faith is unleashed. You'll take steps you once feared. You'll speak words you once held back. You'll embrace risks you once avoided. Because joy is more than a feeling, it's a spiritual weapon that dismantles fear and activates destiny. And as you walk in this restored joy, you will inspire others to believe in the possibility of renewal. You will become a beacon of hope, a living proof that no delay, no disappointment, no season of waiting is wasted when it is held in my hands. So receive this gift. Let the joy return. Let it fill the cracks left by the waiting. Let it burst forth like rivers in dry places. You were never meant to live weighed down. You were meant to live rejoicing. And now, the time has come. Throughout your journey, many doors appeared locked and many pathways seemed blocked, but you didn't turn back. Though doubts tried to crowd your mind and fears whispered that the season would never change, you held on to the quiet voice inside you that said, "Keep going." It was not the loudest voice around you, but it was the strongest one within you. That unwavering trust in the unseen kept your feet moving when the ground felt uncertain. And now, the doors that once stood as barriers are swinging wide open, not by chance, not by human effort, but by the faith you refused to relinquish. You've been tested beyond what you thought you can bear. You've been refined in the furnace of delay, and your spirit has emerged stronger than ever before. This is not the result of luck, but the reward of endurance. You didn't waver when the storms were fiercest. You didn't give up when the answers were delayed. Your faith became your fortress, a sanctuary where hope remained alive even when circumstances suggested otherwise. And it is this faith that I am honoring now, by unlocking what has been held back for you. These final doors are the culmination of every tear, every prayer, every moment you chose to believe when it was easier to despair. They open because you stood firm in belief, not because the situation suddenly improved. They open because the foundation beneath your faith is unshakable, built on the promises I gave you long before the trials came. What you're stepping into now is a place of breakthrough that changes the course of your story. It's a fresh chapter written not by your hands, but by the hand of heaven itself. You won't need to force your way in or prove your worth. The opening is not a test of your strength, but an invitation to receive what has always been yours. The path before you is prepared, illuminated by my favor and secured by my protection. And as you walk through, you'll find the resistance you once faced is replaced with welcome. The struggles that once slowed your progress are now stepping stones leading you forward. You'll find that those who doubted your timing will become witnesses to your victory. Their disbelief will be silenced by the evidence of your breakthrough. This season will not just change your circumstances, it will change your identity. You are no longer the person who was waiting in the shadows. You are the one who stepped into the light with courage. You carry the wisdom earned in the waiting. You carry a story that inspires others to hold on when the road is rough. And most importantly, you carry my presence with you. This presence is what makes every door open, every barrier fall, and every opportunity become yours. So don't hesitate. Don't look back in fear or second-guess your place. Walk boldly through the doors that have been unlocked by your faithfulness. They are not just openings to new opportunities, they are gateways to the fulfillment of my purpose in your life. Your journey of waiting was never wasted. It was a preparation for this moment, this season, this breakthrough. The doors are open now because your faith remained unshaken. Step through and receive all that I have for you. Your time has come. In seasons past, you sowed quietly. You whispered dreams and released prayers in the hidden corners of your heart, hoping against hope that something would grow. You did not broadcast your desires to the world because you feared disappointment. You kept your vision guarded, nurturing it with patience when all you saw was barren ground. But now, I want you to understand this truth deeply. The seed you planted in silence is coming forth with abundant life, and the harvest is undeniable. It will not be a whisper anymore, it will be a declaration. The growth will be so evident that it cannot be mistaken for coincidence or luck. This is the result of faithful perseverance. Even when no one was watching, your commitment to what I placed inside you was unwavering. You resisted the urge to give up when the seasons were long and discouraging. You continued to nourish the seed with hope, watering it with consistent trust and quiet obedience. And now, the fruit is ripening. The patience you cultivated is transforming into promise fulfilled. This harvest will surprise you because it is bigger than your expectations, greater than the small dreams you whispered to yourself. It's an overflow of my blessing that cannot be contained. As the seed blossoms, you will find yourself surrounded by testimonies of my faithfulness. Doors you thought were sealed will open wide. People you thought were indifferent will become allies and partners in your journey. Opportunities you never anticipated will appear, confirming that the waiting was worth it. This is not the time for doubt or hesitation. It is the moment to receive with gratitude and boldness. You will speak of this season with amazement, not because you did it on your own, but because you trusted me in the unseen. You stood strong when the harvest seemed distant, and now it's arriving in full measure. Others will ask you how it happened, and your answer will be simple. I stayed faithful when no one else believed. I held on when the ground was dry. I planted in silence, and now I'm harvesting in abundance. This is a season of multiplication. What you sowed quietly will multiply loudly. The impact will reach farther than you imagined, touching lives, transforming communities, and advancing my kingdom in ways that only I can orchestrate. Your journey has been preparing you for this time to step into the fullness of what you have been called to manifest. So do not shrink back now. Do not doubt the process you endure. This fruit is a testament to your endurance, a symbol of my provision, and a doorway to new levels of purpose. Walk forward with confidence, knowing that the seed you planted in secret is now blooming openly, blessing not just you but all who come into contact with its abundance. Receive it with a heart ready to give back, to share, and to continue sowing for even greater harvests ahead. Amen.